Very nice. Thank you.
It's always print. Unfortunately, so
Yes.
we need to say good morning to your watch.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this meeting of the District Plan Review Subcommittee. A warm welcome to members of the public joining us in chamber and online. We're also joined online by one of our planners and Councillor Cowles, who, whilst he's not a member of the subcommittee, takes a very keen interest in what's going on. And again, so that everyone understands the process, the members of the subcommittee and any other councillors are welcome to contribute to these conversations, but only members of the subcommittee can participate in a voting process. And
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
thank you. So are there any declarations of interest amongst the subcommittee? There are no declarations of interest or conflict of interest. So thank you for that. Item 3.1 on page 6 of the agenda. Mr. Campbell, would you like to speak to this, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Essentially today we have two reports and basically three parts to this. So the first part is around the resolution from the 18th of April meeting that talked about the response to people that gave feedback, and that's covered in the report. The second part of the report talks about some earlier resolutions that we've provided further advice on to assist the committee in considering those resolutions. And then the third part, as mentioned, is the mapping, which starts on page 80 of the agenda, and it picks up from the previous meetings where we categorise the maps in terms of those that councillors had feedback on and those maps that they didn't. So we have a list of those to work through when we get to it. So that's kind of this overview of what we've got in front of us. I guess the first item is really around the feedback provided. So we had, it was 52 or 51 came in the timeframe between 18 December and 18 April. And there's a table there quite usefully on page 9 that sets out the summary of the background in terms of previous engagement. And then also just noting in table 2 on that same page, there was a further 25 that have also provided feedback since the 18th of April, which we've summarised there, just in a more basic format in terms of previous engagement on those. So it gives you a bit of a picture that there's a range of kind of feedback that's been provided. Some didn't engage early on, some don't have overlays on their property, so it doesn't really affect them in that sense. So it's quite a mix really, but you can see that there has been changes made. There's also a fair chunk that changes weren't made, but there was, reviews and site visits. So it shows that we have been working with people right throughout, but there's obviously varying responses that either people don't like if there's no change, or they don't like even if there might be a change, and some we've talked to have been happier with the changes made. So what we recommended there is it's been ongoing, 2 rounds since 2021 and 2022. The next round is really that notified plan stage where people can submit. We've kind of exhausted our options in terms of engagement, and the next step really is to work through the submission process under the RMA to deal with that. We've also had indication from Ōkaha that they will engage at the next phase through submissions. They've given us feedback to date, and that's that's as far as they've gone, but they have indicated they will re-engage through the submission process. So I'll leave it at that for that first one. That's probably a good point to kick off, but happy to answer any questions on the summary there or where we go to next.
Thank you for that explanation. Before I open up to questions of the floor, I have one myself in terms of the engagement with landholders. The landholders who requested a review of their mapping or a visit, have they been informed of the consequences of a review or a visit?
Yes, at the end of last year, we sent out the revised maps, particularly of the features and landscape mapping, and also any, well, there weren't any SESM changes made at that stage, but it was mainly around the landscape mapping that maps were sent. So that was done at the end of last year. Since then, there's been some tweaks to the SESM mapping, which I believe most landowners that had those are aware of that. So they've certainly told us they're happy or not happy. But that was after the maps went out in December. They were only, I think, approved in the February subcommittee meeting.
All right, so I don't want to labour the point, but I would need to be specifically clear because we have had feedback to the contrary that landowners who asked for review have had no information as to the result of that review. Is that information incorrect?
They just clarified that where changes were made, they were sent maps. Where there was no changes, nothing was sent out to say it hadn't changed.
So in that sense, if there were no changes, they haven't been informed that there were no changes.
Yeah, correct. And the maps have come through on these maps in the agenda, so people can see them online if they want to check through that process. And also when it's a notified plan, they'll see the maps in the new e-plan version as well.
No, appreciate that. I just wanted to get clarity around it. Mayor Kircher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of questions. The first is, we've seen legal advice that has, from a third party, which is saying that with the lines on the sites and areas of significance to Māori, that there has to be some justification where those lines are. I don't know whether we've sought specific advice on that, but I just wonder whether we have. The second question is, of all of the overlays and all of the lines on maps, have all of those properties been physically visited by the requisite experts on those overlays? Thank you.
Thanks. I'll answer the first one. So in terms of any sites and areas of significance to Maori, we haven't sought legal advice or gone back to iwi saying the justification for how they've drawn them. It did come from a Ngāi Tahu data set. Where they have changed it earlier this year, that's been refined by them. So we haven't got any advice that challenges that, but just accepted that they are the experts in terms of where they see those values lying. In terms of the second question, I might hand over to Max just to check on that impact.
Through the chair. The peer review of the landscape features identified several sites where there was disagreement between the peer reviewer and the original landscape architect. Those sites were visited on foot where there was disagreement about whether they met that criteria or not. Just to clarify that, where we had specific requests that came through the draft district plan review, or where there were specific requests earlier in the piece through the landowner engagement back in 2021 specifically around those landscape features, either the ONS or the SNFs, there were landowner visits.
Okay, thank you for that. My question was more specific to that. With all of the lines that have been put on maps, has a landscape architect or whoever the requisite expert is in the field, have they actually visited the properties? So whether it was someone sent feedback on it that they weren't happy or not, was every line part of a physical inspection at the time?
Yeah, I guess there's a mix of lines on maps. So where there's the landscape features, I'd say most of those were visited pretty close to the site or on site where there was a visit requested. Obviously the sites and areas of significance to Maori, they haven't visited all the sites, but in the past they occupied and travelled through the area, so they know where they are. Hazard maps have not all had site visits, but where requested, the relevant regional council has gone out to site and amended them, so that's happened. A lot of that information is from LiDAR and survey data or known hazard flood mapped areas, so they haven't really needed to go on site. Other layers such as the soils is from a national data set, liquefaction is kind of inferred from that as well. So some of the more scientific ones don't have the site visits, but the more values-based ones generally do, probably except for the SASMs where it's an historical record.
Thank you, David. So again, for the clarity of the public, some of the mapping has been done in a laptop exercise because it's straightforward as against being an actual physical visit on site.
Just to also complete that picture, the significant natural areas were all done by ecological visits where landowners agreed. So that was mapped per site and per property. So they've been done over the last 10 years or so, and that was with landowner agreement to go and do the studies and to provide the report. So they've just been transposed over onto the maps as SNAs. So none of those are from kind of laptop or inferred data.
Thank you. Councillor Hopkins, you've been waiting patiently.
That's fine. I'll foreshadow that the comment you made before about Maori being experts in regard to identifying sites and areas of significance to Maori. I foreshadow that I have a question in respect to that arising out of the comments on some of the material that we've had, the attachments relating to the reviews of people who have contacted us. So I'll save that question for now. Two questions. One, we have been advised by some people that they have been led to believe that there have been significant changes in the mapping for the outstanding natural landscapes and significant outstanding natural features et al. As a consequence of the peer review. Other people have said no. The peer reviewer has largely agreed with the original landscape architect. So I'd like some clarification as to which of those positions is right, because I think it would help everybody, including members of the public, to actually know for certain which of those assertions is correct. David, the other thing that Mr. Campbell, the other thing that you mentioned, you said that Ōkaha are not going to say anything anymore or have no intention to engage further at this stage, but they have signalled that they intend to submit. That suggests to me that they are anticipating pushback or modification, variation of their initial proposals, either from us or from other parties. And that also implies that they accept the proposition that we are entitled to modify their initial positions. Is that a certain interpretation on my part? Would you share that view?
Thank you, Councillor Hopkins. I will start with the last item. Ōkaha have said, and it's normal for them to engage through the submission process. So they'll be responding to submissions made by landowners or other parties on the SASM or other provisions that they have an interest in. Whatever form the plan comes out, they might submit on their own right on certain provisions as well. So that it's really in a response to submissions. They'd probably lodge further submissions where there's those requests. Obviously, we would seek their advice in terms of some of those submissions around SASMs they are the subject matter experts in that. So we would go back to them and say, hey, if you haven't further submitted on this, what's your advice on the point raised? In terms of,
Councillor, sorry to interrupt you, Mr Campbell, but do you want to further push that point? We might as well cover one point off at a time rather than.
Yes, I do. Mr Campbell, what that seems to suggest to me, what you've said is that they will respond to landowners and other people submitting. They might also make submissions on their own behalf. You were silent on the matter of whether they might submit on any amendments that we might make, which suggests to me that what you're saying is that we are effectively an agent of Ōkaha in this matter, that we have no autonomy or no separate and individual right to actually modify or vary something that they have proposed. Is that the planning department's position?
yeah, just repeating, at the start of my advice, I talked about the fact they can submit on the plan as notified, depending on the outcome of the council's decision on it. So they would submit, go through and look at it and go, does it provide for what they want it to provide for? So they have that right like any other submitter. And yeah.
I'm going to be a bit persistent. Are you saying that you do not believe that we can change objectives, policies or rules or challenge the location of lines on a map if those objectives, policies and rules and the lines and those lines on the map have been ordained and deemed to be appropriate by Ōkaha? Are you saying that we will passively accept that because we are not in any position to modify any of it or challenge it or modify it?
Yeah, no, I get the question there. So effectively, whatever this council decides on any provisions in the plan, any submitter, including Ōkaha or iwi Ngāi Tahu, can submit to say we want them changed for whatever reason. Yeah.
So we can change the objectives, policies or the rules or contest the location of the lines on the map.
Yeah, so as we've worked through this process, all of the provisions, rules, etc., lines and maps have been considered, challenged, etc. So that's council's prerogative. Where we've got expert advice on those, that's tried to inform how we meet the obligations.
Well, that's where the question that I intend to ask later, I've foreshadowed that I will ask a question about that because I note the use of the word that Mr Campbell has just employed, expert. And in reference to the material in front of us, I wanted to unpack that a bit further, but I'll do that in the context of the recommendations with your permission, Mr Chair.
That's fine. So do you want to remind Mr Campbell what your original questions were or you're happy to carry on? Thank you, David.
Yeah, just rounding off that discussion, if council wanted to get further advice on the lines of sites and areas of significance to Maori, I don't know who the other experts would be to seek that advice from, but we've got that from Ngāi Tahu, who are recognised iwi for this area. But yeah, if further advice was sought on that, we'd have to probably go back to Ngāi Tahu and say, well, who else would we check? In terms of the other matter, I think Max has got some breakdown of the changes from the landscape considerations.
So this is just referring to the question around the number of sites that were revisited. The peer review, so of the 159 either significant or outstanding natural features that were identified in the draft district plan, the peer review identified 44% or 70 of those 159 as needing to be revisited. And as a result of the feedback through the draft district plan, a further 8 sites were identified. So that was a total of 78 of the 159 sites were revisited. A total of 20 sites were removed entirely and 48 sites had new mappings. So that was, and the remainder, another 10 sites with no change.
Can you just repeat those numbers, please?
So 70 sites were identified through the district, through the peer review as needing further investigation. And then there was a further 8 sites that were identified through the draft district plan review. There was some overlap between the ones that were identified during the peer review. So those are not mutually exclusive. Some of that 70 that were identified by the peer review were also identified through the feedback. So that was, yeah, so in total there was 78 sites that were visited. And 20 sites were removed, and 48 sites with new mapping. There was some remainder. Sorry, I'm looking at some stats from mid last year. So there has been some further changes since then.
Supplement, so, right, talking about the quantum, are you able to tell us in total how many hectares that had been previously incorporated in overlays were removed as a result of that removal of 20 and reduction or variation of 48?
Yes, I've got those figures here. So of the ONFs, outstanding natural features, the draft plan started out with just over 39,000 hectares, and the plan that's been presented now is just under 30,000 hectares. So that's dropped. The significant natural features has gone from just over 9,000 to just over 4,700 hectares. The rural scenics dropped from 162,000 to 161,000.
Right, could you speak up, please, David?
Yeah, I can send through this table if that's helpful. I think we've presented it before, but
So it was 162.
62,400 to 169,555 for rural scenic. And the SASM dropped
169, 150.
162,423 for the rural scenic. It's dropped to 169,555.
Well, that hasn't dropped, it's increased.
162,423 down to 160,955.
Oh, 160.
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you.
The SASMs has gone from 34,577 to 33,568.
Thanks, David.
Yeah.
Councillor Blackley, you had a question?
Oh, it was along the same lines as Councillor Hopkins' follow-up, but of the overlays, we've discussed before about the proportion of that sits on Crown land versus private land. I have asked before, but I've been unable to have the breakdown at the time. I'm hoping you might be able to shed some light on that today, because the pastoral lease land is included within the Crown land classification. So what proportion of the Crown land makeup of the overlays is in fact pastoral lease land?
We've provided information in terms of freehold land area affected by these, as well as Crown land. We haven't gone into the detail of Crown pastoral land. That also has other restrictions in terms of its tenure. But yeah, we can provide that if needed, but there's certainly a big chunk of it is on Crown land in terms of those features. Yeah.
So yeah, I guess just to follow up, I guess what I'm the wording, I think for people who are less informed on the matter, they might come to the conclusion that there's a clear separation between impacted parties and not so much impacted parties, but in that Crown area there are in fact impacted landholders.
Yeah, correct. When there's still a remnant few Crown pastoral leases in the district that are under the new regime, and they already obviously have the sort of limitation in stocking and what they can do on parts of the property already. But yeah, that'd be I guess a smaller proportion of the total Crown land affected.
So there are no further questions on the report. Councillor Hopkins?
Well, sorry, Mr. Chair, indeed, I have a number of questions on the report. I have a number of questions on the attachments. I'm just wondering how we proceed from this point. I had anticipated that those questions might arise as we consider the recommendations either collectively or preferably, in my view, individually. But I need basically some guidance from you on that matter. if I may.
No, I think you, and it might be in my language, I'm saying, are we finished with the feedback on the landowner letters? And then we will move into the recommendations, and yes, we will deal with them one at a time. Mayor Kircher?
Mr. Chair, I guess my questions are very much overarching ones, and it's really around some of the implications of these chapters. So forgive me, I can't go straight to a question. I need to set out my concerns.
No,
and thoughts.
Councillor Hopkins always gives us a lecture. You're entitled to as well.
Point of order,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I won't need as much time as Councillor Hopkins. I don't think there's any doubt that we all want to get the right result here. It's been a very expensive process to date. It's cost us a lot of money. It's cost a lot of time. It's caused a lot of angst, both within council and within the community. And so there's some, all of that stuff has been going on. I asked the question before about SASMs and justification. I think we do need some legal advice on what does need to be justified. I want to respect the cultural heritage of Ngāi Tahu and its predecessors, and make sure that we're getting that right and get the protections right, just as we want to get the environmental protections right. And I might add that we get the economic protections right as well. So, one of my concerns is that we are in very much a changing legislative environment with a change of government, a change of direction. Just even this morning, I was talking to someone who's been in contact with ECAN, talking about changing criteria around biodiversity. And given that we have to give effect to whatever criteria they come up with, that could change things quite significantly. We know the government is on the got on their legislative agenda to change some of the requirements and around what we have to do. And I think we're going to be damned if we do, damned if we don't. We're going to be facing extra costs regardless. If we push on ahead and put in place aspects which need to be revisited later, then that'll create a cost. If we put these chapters on hold, so that we can get some clarity and then proceed, that will create a two-stage process around the notification of the plan. But to me, that's probably the lesser of the two evils, so to speak. So I do ask whether, how feasible is it to actually park these chapters? To my mind, there hasn't been physical examination of all of the properties where lines have been put on them, and so I'm not sure that our experts have adequately identified them. We certainly haven't adopted any of those at council, and there's been work obviously by the subcommittee on recommendations to council, but I would like to know what the position is of officers, if they've got the legal position on the fact that what does identifying those areas actually mean? Is it just that we've got a report from an expert, whether it's been a physical visit or not, or does it mean that it's actually gone through the process and been adopted by council as part of the proposed district plan? So that's, I guess, the two questions around legal advice is the the sites and areas of significance to Māori and the justification, is it required or not? And the actual ability to park this, bearing in mind that no recommendations have gone through, or very few recommendations have gone through to council, and certainly none of the overall overlays. Thank you.
Mr Campbell?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Kitcher. I guess through the SASM aspect, we could go back to them on that. They have said it in public meetings that they considered the whole of the district of significance, but accepted that there are more important parts of the district that they have put through as the current maps, and there's been some small tweaks to those. So, yeah, I'm not sure what further refinement would come through there. I note that in the Mackenzie district plan, the SASM areas had quite a large buffer. There was some 300 metres, some of those, and landowners there were obviously submitting against that and seemed to be happy with that sort of 50 to 100 metre buffer. So we've ended up with about 100 metres from a lot of those features at present. I think the waterway ones are even smaller. So I'm not sure we're going to get much more refinement in many cases for those. In terms of the landscape one, it's quite interesting because the outstanding landscapes, natural landscapes themselves were done, way back in 2004 by Graham Denson. He revisited that as part of this process early on before he retired, and followed the new criteria that ECAN had, the National Landscape Guidelines criteria. And some of that did change a little bit, not probably as significantly as the features. He retired, and we've brought on board Philip Blakely as well, who's been out with the other landscape architects, also looking at the ONLs specifically, and has refined some of the areas as a result of feedback from that, particularly around those sort of flatter areas around Omarama, those parts. So that's, I guess, had two people look at it and been informed by a very early study that we put into our current plan that was, I guess, revisited with the new criteria by the same person. So he had a good understanding and feel for the district. Philip come along and sort of help review that and inform where we've got to now. With the features, we already had some features in the plan, not as many as we do now, but that was a kind of an exercise in, saying what is obvious around the district by the landscape architect there. And then through the rural reference group, we agreed to get a peer review done by a further landscape architect. So that was kind of a fresh set of eyes across it. And as Max said, quite a few did drop out. You recall we also did reduce the rural scenic. That was sort of put in as a buffer around a lot of that. So I think there's been a fairly robust process there in terms of the landscape advice. It's certainly not been one person's opinion. The features in terms of ground truthing have been pretty well done in terms of on the ground. Where they're more distant, such as up in the Kakanuis, not so much. It's a bit harder to get to them, but they haven't really been challenged, or they might be on Crown land and not such an issue. So I think we're fairly comfortable that our landscape advice is robust. It has had the visits. They don't always need to go right onto the site to look at a feature, but they have looked at it from various angles where they've needed to. And particularly the ONLs have had a lot of history and development over time, so they've been fairly well done. Yep.
So another question was, if we're not comfortable with recommending them through to council at this stage, are they able to be parked? And so we can get on with the other things which are important rules, changes to the district plan.
Yeah, I mean, certainly there's various ways you can slice and dice the current complete plan. I guess going back to when we did our last plan in the late 90s, the ONLs weren't included, and that was subject to court proceedings to get them included. We did a variation and plan change to get them added, which is where the original landscape study kicked in. I guess through that process and other experience I've had, where you have to then add something through a plan change for that process, it does take more time and cost, probably more than having to take something out through a variation. So we know there's things coming through. There's consultation out on Granny Flats. There's other changes potentially to the highly productive land standards, that type of thing. Where those things require smaller changes to the plan, it's much quicker and easier to do a variation to remove it. We did that with our parking standards in the plan a couple of years ago. So that's far less contentious. There's often not a lot of engagement needed to do that. If it's a government directive, we simply enact it, take those provisions out, let people know it's happened, and we proceed, as opposed to having to come back later and add something in that we don't want to put in just at the moment. So there's kind of that tricky balance, but from experience, I prefer that we had everything in and dropped it out if we had to, rather than having to slot it in and get challenged and go through perhaps a more contentious process to, someone else might say, we want those chapters added back in, and then we've got to sort of restart all again and re-engage, and it's a bit messy and can prolong the whole process as well.
Yeah, I guess at the moment, it's actually trying to put our people first. We've got landscape architects coming in and giving their view, and they are considered the experts. It doesn't matter where, what skin they've got in the game as far as Waitaki goes. It's another job for them. It's commissioned, and I'm sure that they're being as objective as they should be. However, it's not a pure science either, and I think there's some of that. The challenge then is that we're then putting the onus on landowners to actually prove it's not, and rather than the other way around, where there's a requirement to prove it is. And so that's where, with SASMs, I think if it'd be good to know whether there does need to be further justification. I don't think, it's got to be Ngāi Tahu that make that decision as to where those lines are, but it would be good to know that there's justification. Also, be good to know how we can have a multi-tiered arrangement around what the objectives and rules are for those different parts of the area, because if it's a bit of land that's is next to a stream where they've traditionally used to pass through an area and so forth, quite understand that's an important part. I want it to be included in our district plan, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it then has to have a resource consent if someone wants to do something in that area. There's also some of those rules around that mana whenua have access to wāhi tūpuna sites, and but also that they can block access to sites. And there's some overarching aspects of that, which I know we've talked about the Trespass Act, but it's a very reactive tool. And I think when we're talking about access, I think every landowner should have some security of knowing that no one has just an automatic right to go on their property, or an ability to, as much as people will, and then they can issue a trespass notice. I think it's not something I would want us facilitating through our district plan. And then if there can be some justification, so that where you can actually say, well, there's no evidence that there was campsites or anything through this area. And actually it doesn't need a resource consent, doesn't need someone to go through that process. It doesn't need the already stretched resources of our planning department, of Ōkaha's planners, to process a consent, which is just going to be basically accepted anyway. So I just want us to get it as accurate as we can, and it's as much as it can be changed through that submission process. When there is a changing landscape, maybe it is just better to park it and to come back to it when we actually know and can do some of those things a little bit more accurately. So not really a question in that. I'm just trying to explain where I'm coming from with this, and try and reflect some of the feedback that we've all had as this process has gone through, and trying to get the best for our district, and looking after our economy, which we're putting a lot of effort and money into, but also looking after the environment and the cultural environment as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your tolerance of that.
Thank you, Mayor Kercher. We are slightly deviating from the agenda and moving into an area of philosophical arguments. But there is nothing wrong with that because we are the elected representatives of this community, and philosophically, we have to be comfortable with what we're deciding. But again, to tidy up, has everyone comfortable that they have asked the questions that they wanted on the feedback from staff on landowner representation? Have you got a question on that, councillor Hopkins, or are we?
No, I don't.
Well, that's good. Well, okay. Then would someone like to move that we accept that report from as tabled? And we can move on to the other issues.
Well, Mr. Chair, with your permission, I would like to move one or two other recommendations before we do that, arising from the comments that the Mayor has just provided to the committee. Are you willing to actually entertain my reading them out? More than happy for you to either rule them inappropriate or to be voted later. But if you'd allow me to do that.
Well, there is a certain irony that we're dealing with the district plan, which is about process,
Yeah.
and we're not following our actual meeting process. However, I will entertain you.
Well, I would like to move as follows. That the district plan subcommittee requests officers to advise on the feasibility of notifying the proposed district plan, excluding certain chapters. For example, chapters relating to outstanding natural landscapes, outstanding natural features, significant natural areas, and sites and areas of significance to Maori, along with associated mapping. That's recommendation number one. And picking up on the points that the Mayor has also made, my second resolution would be that the District Plan Review Subcommittee requests officers to prepare draft objectives, policies and rules for the proposed district plan that may more closely reflect the government's RMA intentions as signalled in ministerial statements and speeches. That the District Plan Review Subcommittee requests officers to prepare draft objectives, policies and rules that may more closely reflect the government's RMA intentions as signalled in ministerial statements and speeches.
We are, I wonder whether, and I'm simply playing devil's advocate here, but the intentions of a politician, including those around the table, sometimes don't translate into what is delivered. So are you comfortable that we're putting face in what is being said, that will relate to what is finally translated into policy?
Since you've asked the question, the resolution is very carefully worded. It actually says that officers are being asked to prepare draft objectives, policies and rules that may more closely reflect the government's RMA intentions as signalled in ministerial statements and speeches. Now, this is quite clear there is a new direction of travel signalled by a new government. It is also quite clear that the planning community as a sector, I think, collectively holds a view that would not necessarily align with that new direction of travel, but it is quite clearly been signalled in detail by speeches from Chris Bishop and Shane Jones and others. In my view, it is perfectly possible to put on your thinking cap now and say, if what they are saying is true, the likely look of the new legislation will be A, B, and C, and rules accordingly will arise out of that those generic provisions and policy directions. And if we are going to park chapters, then in my view, we should fruitfully use that time to do some thinking about what might go into those chapters as Parliament's intentions become more clear. But the resolution is very carefully worded. It doesn't presuppose anything. It says that may more closely reflect. It gives officers a lot of discretion.
All right, councillor Blackler.
Could I just ask councillor Hopkins, would you see the merit in adding current ministerial?
Oh, perfectly happy. Yes. Integrated farmers will be thrilled. We agree.
Councillor McCann.
On that basis, and what Gary has just said, which I thought was very well done and very articulated in the way he's put it, and what Jim's proposing, I'm quite happy to second that.
All right, well, just for clarification, we'll do them one at a time. If you're interested in seconding both of them, I'll come back to you, but you're prepared at this stage to second the first motion.
Look, speaking to it, we are at an impasse of not inconsiderable proportions. We've had advice that an approach we wanted to take may be problematic and may expose us to costly challenges in superior courts that would also result in rejection of the policy direction our resolutions have intended to take. So in my view, we really need to go back to square one. The advice we've received is that the experts are the only people who can arbitrate the maps, which screws the scrum in my view when people submit, because how can a layperson then effectively challenge through a submission process an opinion that previously ordained by a higher court to have a primacy, i.e. the opinion of the expert. But that's a matter for the Environment Court ultimately. But my point is, we have been told that the planners, and through the planners by implication, us as persons who engage with the planners, are responsible for defining and producing the objectives, policies and rules of chapters and areas. So in my view, the contentious chapters where we tried to modify the lines, it might now be more appropriate to look at how we might possibly modify the objectives, policies and rules if there is agreement as to how to do that. But we need a bit of time. And for that reason, the resolution that I have moved would give us that time. It also only requests officers to advise on the feasibility, and it only gives those chapters as examples. So once again, I don't feel that it is unduly constraining officers, but it is signalling an intention to actually address a disjunct between, shall we say, the opinions of the committee or subcommittee and the opinions of the opinions embodied in the objectives, policies and rules of the plan.
All right, we have a mover and seconder, but before I put the motion, I'd like to go back to staff for their advice on said motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, yeah, we can keep providing advice on various sort of iterations of what's proposed. And I've already given advice to the Mayor on the splitting out of various chapters or provisions. So that's already noted. I guess just further to that, I mean, the ultimate decision on the mapping and provisions is up to council appointed hearings panel. And if challenged, as Councillor Hopkins mentioned, the Environment Court, if they find error in any of those decisions. So it's largely, as Councillor Hopkins put, kind of out of our hands in terms of what gets decided in terms of features, maps, mapping, etc. They do rely on experts and default to those those people for that advice. When it comes to the actual provisions, they're looking for that balance that the Act requires in terms of the four well-beings. So there is economic, social, cultural, environmental, providing it also meets the Section 6 matters around historical, cultural, significant features, etc. So there's that hierarchy already in there, which is where the rub comes up against economic and landowner aspirations. And that was played out in the hearings of recent neighbours, Timaru and Mackenzie, where the same sort of things are coming out by landowners. So it's not a surprise. The hearings panel has to work through those and address them like we do going forward. The second resolution around second guessing what might come, we can certainly do our best to provide advice on that. It wouldn't be very detailed because the devil is in the detail when you get down to what that might mean. For example, just looking recently at the Granny Flat proposed National Environmental Standard, they're talking about allowing up to 60 square metre buildings with very minimal, if any, setbacks, versus what we've proposed in our plan, which is a bigger unit but with our normal setbacks. So there's always going to be those little tensions at national direction. The same plays out with the national standards on electricity transmission, where that limits the height of poles, and it's actually triggered more consents than our plan would at the moment. So you're always going to have these strange kind of plays with national and local direction. So yes, we can certainly go and kind of second guess what might be down the pipeline, but it's not going to be very detailed in terms of objectives, policies or rules. It would be very much sort of issue based and what it might mean. We do know the tranche of government RM reform is very split in terms of enacting small wins or easy changes, such as the Granny Flat one, the change to doing further SNA work, that type of thing. So we know there's some little stuff coming, which we can adjust to. The bigger review next year, who knows what that will look like, but there's not a lot of detail around that. So it would be very much a high level sort of issues type response on that one.
Thank you. Mr. Cook, did you want to?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just in connection with the first resolution, which is the one we're actually discussing at the moment, I'd like to seek some clarity from the committee as to whose advice you'd accept. Mr. Campbell's already advised against splitting the plan. We've had legal advice from a very experienced RMA legal professional, and yet you're asking for further advice. So I would like clarity on whose advice we should be trying to obtain.
My recollection of the conversation that we had with advisors, we didn't seriously canvass the opportunities of going to a split notification, but I might be mistaken on that. Councillor Blackley, you are next in the queue, and then I'll go to the Mayor.
Oh, Mr. Campbell, I just wanted to confirm that the most recent comments you were just making were probably, would it be fair to say they were more in relation to the second matter potential resolution that we're discussing? Or do you feel that they have the same implications for the first one?
No, thank you, Councillor Black. Yeah, the last comments were around the second resolution in terms of second guessing what government might promulgate down the track. We know there's some smaller changes coming through that we can adjust to along the way. And we've already stated and adjusted our LTP budgets going forward for no further SNA work, for instance. So we know that that's no longer going to happen in the short term. So there's things like that we can adjust and have adjusted to already. If the thing like Granny Flats goes through, well, that's another thing we might have to readjust to as well.
Yeah, I think just supplementary, it would be really helpful if we could just kind of park that to one side and just concentrate, because none of us have the wording in front of us for Councillor Hopkins. And from my perspective, it's just muddying the water a bit about what we're actually deciding on here. Like I accept you. It's an important thing to discuss, but it'd be good if we could just park it. Thanks, Mr. Campbell.
Thanks, councillor Blacklock. I was actually going to remind members that, can we please focus on the first motion? And then we will move on to the second. Mayor Kircher.
Yeah, it'd be good to have those words in front of us, so I'm clear on what they are.
Well, I will ask the governance advisor to, read the motion before it's put.
Um, well, yeah, could you? I've got a quick question regardless.
Yep.
Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Chair, recommendation 1 from councillor Hopkins that the District Plan Review Subcommittee requests officers to advise on the feasibility of notifying the proposed district plan, excluding certain chapters, for example, chapters relating to ONLs, ONFs, SNAs and sites and areas of significance to Māori, along with the associated mapping.
Okay, yeah, no, it's clear. Thank you very much. Mr. Cook referred to legal advice. We've had numerous amounts of legal advice. It'd be good to know what part we're referring to. And it has been mentioned, yeah, we haven't had anything specifically on parking, any chapters. And so that would be good to have. And the other was around some of that, we've I'm not sure what I can say actually. It would be good to know about the justification of lines on maps and what is required. But yes, Mr. Cook able to say what legal advice he was referring to, because it was trying to keep it all in context. Thank you.
Throughout the process over the many years, we've had various sets of legal advice. I just want to make sure that when we go and get advice, we're getting it from sources that you will accept as a committee as appropriate advice. And is it just the legalities, or is it other aspects that we need advice on?
Councillor Hopkins.
If you'll allow me, I would like to provide a personal answer to Mr. Cook's question. And my personal answer would be that things have very significantly changed since we've had early discussions. If you ask my opinion, I would say that I would absolutely prefer to notify the whole plan in one hit. Without any doubt, I think that is the best way to go, and I would like to do it. But we have, and this is very recent advice, in fact, it was advice that was presented to us literally last week, that indicated that a direction of travel we had thought might be effective in achieving and resolving some issues of contention was not appropriate. And the only opportunity we would then have is either to accept a status quo in planning terms that we're all wrestling with, or endeavour to find alternative means by which some of the preferred objectives of some elected members might be able to be better implemented, hence the second resolution. So, and that second course of action will take more time. And in my view, to consider issues like objectives, policies and rules in relation to the chapters identified, and possibly others, might mean that if we hold everything up to do that, we're delaying it too much, because there are other very important issues and elements on the plan that everyone, including some rural people, agree should be actually on the table ASAP.
Councillor Hopkins, can I just draw you back to the first motion? We were delving into the second one.
Well, I was just answering Mr. Cook's question. Things have changed. A totally new set of circumstances has been presented to us. We have to find a new direction of travel, and that's why we're asking officers to advise us on this matter.
All right, I'm going to put the motion if there's no further comment. Mayor Kircher.
I haven't actually spoken to it, but I will. And in doing so, I want to acknowledge all the significant work that's gone on in this particular area of the district plan, and thank staff for what they've done. I know that they went above and beyond when we did the draft plan part of the process. something that wasn't required of us, and it was, I think greatly appreciated that that happened. I don't think perhaps any of us foresaw the relative difficulties around shortages of resource to actually back up and do the physical inspections or do go and do the visits and so forth that we wanted to do. So, but just acknowledge that work that was done and the significant amount of work that's been done by staff liaising with those various experts and so on. So, that is all appreciated, and I don't want, the rest of this to take away from that. I think in this particular motion that, we want officers to advise us. We will need some legal advice, I believe, and part of the advice that officers may put together is what does a process look like if it has to be done as a two-stage notification, and how that might look, and I guess compare it with the other part of it, which is legislation changes when we're halfway through a fully notified plan and have to, or maybe more than halfway through, depending on how quickly the government gets onto things, and then have to backtrack. So I think those are the things we need clearer advice on. Thank you.
Councillor Blakeler.
Thank you. I'll be speaking in favour of the resolution 1, but just to kind of qualify my support, my interpretation of what the meaning behind this resolution is, and to qualify that is, Mr. Campbell, you've obviously been part of the alternative incremental release of these chapters in other areas and in previous work environments. So my personal perspective is I'm not asking for external advice here. I'm asking for advice from the team on how you see the feasibility of undertaking that work and what the complications are at your end, summarised in a report. You've obviously given us a verbal summation of where that sits, but you mentioned cost. I'd like to see what is the additional cost, what's the possible benefits in terms of other things that we can progress that aren't being progressed at present. That's just a high level remark that the advice that I'm expecting to see is from your team's perspective as to how the logistics and cost factors might work.
Roger.
Just to clarify, in those 2 comments there, the report is expected to cover risks, costs, timeframes, benefits, and legal aspects. Is that correct?
And I would be satisfied that they're important considerations to address here.
And for a point of clarity, so everybody is aware, we will be getting a legal opinion on it.
Well, Mr. Chair, if I could just ask a question as to, I mean, if it's deemed that a legal opinion is absolutely required, then that's fine. But as I mentioned at the start, Mr. Campbell's been part of this alternative process in other jurisdictions, so he may already have an understanding of what the implications are.
Mr. Campbell.
Yeah, I guess any legal advice might be to provide specific legal advice on specific matters relating to risk of that sort of thing versus the whole resolution. So it'd be refined to what's needed. I guess, just in recent observations and discussions with lawyers acting for people in our district that have worked through the Queenstown split plan review, it's taken over 9 years. They've advised us, don't go there. That's from the Queenstown experience, which is more litigious, but yeah, that's a 9-year process of a split plan review there. The other thing to just bear in mind is that when you start splitting it this way, the landowners have to re-engage each time you do a new plan change or bring in new provisions, as opposed to doing it once through the entire plan. As Councillor Hopkins said, the preferences for one. So there is that extra onus on landowners and submitters to engage through multiple processes if it's split. It's probably one of the major disadvantages for others, plus the associated work for us. And then, potentially having hearings later on, you might end up with different hearings panels, that type of thing as well, which can get problematic. So there's a few sort of kind of obvious things that leap out like that. It is doable from a planning technical point of view. It's the other consequences that kind of flow onto the community and other aspects of the process.
So I'm going to draw the conversation to a close. I think what I'm hearing out of the conversation in the first instance is that we welcome a paper back, Mr. Campbell, outlining the things that you've alluded to, so that we can progress the matter from there. So, Madam Chair, I'll just ask you to read that motion again, please, and I will put it.
Through you, Mr. Chair, recommendation 1 from Councillor Jim Hopkins, which has been seconded by Councillor John McCone, that the District Plan Review Subcommittee requests officers to advise on the feasibility of notifying the proposed district plan, excluding certain chapters. For example, chapters relating to ONLs, ONFs, SNAs, and sites and areas of significance to Māori, along with the associated mapping.
Thank you very much. Did you want to?
Can we have actual clarity of the chapters rather than certain chapters, for example? Because I don't want to produce advice that then you want another chapter included in.
Point of order is, look, I'm trying to be helpful. For example, give you guys latitude and flexibility. If you want me to nail it down, those are obviously the hot button chapters. But David has mentioned the granny flat thing. There might be other things that you want to say, hey, look, if you're going to pull these out, we think it might be wise to pull that out as well. I'm trying to be helpful.
All right. Thank you, Councillor. Mayor Kircher?
I mean, we're asking for advice on the basis of pulling chapters out. What they are is less important at this stage. And as Councillor Hopkins says, if there are other ones that staff think are going to be getting changed significantly, then perhaps they do get added. But at the moment, it's advice on more about the 2-stage process.
All right. We're going to close the debate. I'm going to put the motion. Those members of the committee or subcommittee who are in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against? I declare the motion carried. We move on to the second proposal from Councillor Hopkins. Please.
Through you, Mr. Chair, recommendation 2 from Councillor Hopkins, at this time not seconded, that the district.
No, sorry, Councillor McCone said he would second the second one.
Yes, but you haven't called it yet. So do you want to call it now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
To be seconded by Councillor John McCone, that the District Plan Review Subcommittee requests officers to prepare draft objectives, policies and rules for the proposed district plan that may more closely reflect the government's RMA intentions as signalled in current ministerial statements and speeches. The word current was added by Councillor Blackler and the mover agreed to that, but we didn't have a seconder at the time, so that needs to be clarified, Mr. Chair.
The seconder is comfortable with that amendment?
Yeah, totally comfortable.
Thank you.
Speaking to it, Mr. Chair, I've formed this view partly when considering the recommendations in front of us today, some of which I would be prepared to support and some of which I will continue to say should not be supported. But it does point to me, the recommendations do point to me a situation where I've mentioned before that something unexpected has occurred. We have been advised that a course of action we thought could be taken is legally fraught and has potential risks in terms of challenge through higher courts. But we've also been told that within our bailiwick and purview is an assessment of and a determination ultimately of the objectives, policies and rules that apply to chapters, some of which are not contentious, others of which are. Now, if we are going to pause any chapters of the district plan, it would seem to me to be fruitful and appropriate to actually endeavour to preempt or consider at least the potential implications of the new government's intentions, which are extremely clear. A speech from Chris Bishop recently, sometimes people talk of growth as a dirty word. Growth is what lifts our incomes and means better and higher paying jobs. It means better schools, better hospitals, a better way of life. It also means a better environment. Wealthy countries look after their environments because they can afford to, and they have the resources to make a difference. So that means we need more roads, more farms, more congestion busting public transport projects, more aquaculture, more mines, more housing, more transmission lines, more electrification, and so on. We are a pro-development and a pro-growth government, and we were elected on that mandate. He goes on to say, the intentions of the work program are first, making it easier to get things done by unlocking development capacity for housing and business growth, enabling delivery of high quality infrastructure for the future, including doubling renewable energy and enabling primary sector growth and development, including aquaculture, forestry, pastoral, horticulture and mining.
Right. Thank you, Councillor. You've made your point.
Well, so what I'm trying to say is this, if I may just read one final point.
No.
Well, the new government has said that it's going to place a great deal of emphasis on property rights, covenants and contracts in addition to legislation, all of which tells me what the likely framework of rules, objectives, policies and rules in new legislation is likely to be. And from our point of view, what I think it might imply is that if we were to generally consider revisiting our objective policies and rules, we would look to move those that are currently in the contentious chapters so they more closely reflect the rules that apply for the sake of argument in rural general. Now, this is just a general proposition. I'm not preempting what might happen, but what I'm saying is if you try to measure our OPs and Rs against those declarations, then the clear direction of travel would be reducing, moderating, and perhaps also transferring cost to parties other than the private property owner. So, which is a matter we've discussed on a number of occasions in the past. So what I'm saying basically is, I believe that it is in everyone's interests for us to think very carefully about current objectives, policies and rules in the context of those signals from Parliament and see what we might think would be appropriate changes on that basis. And I think that work can start conceptually now. And I think that the addresses of this minister, Shane Jones and others can be used as quite clearly a kind of battle plan, if you like to use a military analogy, for the campaign ahead. And I'm just asking officers again to prepare draft OPs and Rs that may more closely reflect the government's RMA intentions.
Thank you, Councillor Hopkins. I sympathise with the sentiment, But I also see a certain irony in that, in discussions, we've challenged the fact that, landscape mapping can be a subjective art, not a science. And I wonder whether we're subjecting our staff to the same thing, where we're asking them to second guess what is going to happen. But does anyone else on the subcommittee want to speak to this? Councillor Blackler?
Yeah, I think, apologies, councillor Hopkins, but I can't really support that in its current form. I just feel it's too broad. I don't think the wording of the resolution is clear enough. And that basically what you're suggesting is that we start again. And in many respects, like we're the officers. I think we have to have a bit more specificity. And also I do kind of feel a contradiction in us wanting to defer to the direction from government. If it suits a perspective, but an unwillingness to defer to government when it doesn't. So yeah, apologies, I'll be voting against.
Before I give you the floor, Mr. Cook, my concern is that surely, if this motion is approved, it should be subsequent to the advice that we receive on the first resolution. Because if the advice comes back, then this is purely academic.
Yeah. Well, I'm more than happy. Well, we have moved.
I'll just ask you to use the microphone, please, councillor.
Sorry, look, that's a very reasonable and sensible comment. And since we have voted on and unanimously approved one, I'll be more than happy to add that following the presenting of the advice from officers requested in recommendation 1, the DPR subcommittee further requests officers.
Did you get that? Or
Presenting of the advice. The advice requested from officers. Yes, I can put it.
thank you, Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My advice was actually similar to your comments, and indeed councillor Hopkins. I don't feel we actually need the second resolution until we've presented the advice on the first resolution, and then we can go forward from that. It's unlikely that we would have the resource to do that work until we've got the first resolution information provided. And I think it just creates another layer of complexity and potentially a resolution that then has to be revoked or amended later on. So my advice would be, let's stick with resolution 1, get that done, and come back to the committee.
Councillor Hopkins?
I'm wondering if we just let it lie on the table.
Could withdraw it.
I prefer not to withdraw it. I want it left there as an option that we can revisit if we wish.
Mr. Chair, I'd be happy if I could just hear that wording again. I'd propose just a further slight amendment, and I would be happy to support letting it lie.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Just going to make sure I get this right now. Following the presenting of the advice requested from officers in recommendation or resolution 1, that the District Plan Review Subcommittee further requests officers to prepare draft objectives, policies and rules for the proposed district plan that may more closely reflect the government's RMA intentions as signalled in current ministerial statements and speeches.
So, councillor Hawkins, I'd propose with your agreement that, that the resolution that we let lie, captures the intent to, deliver that outcome for the residual chapters that are decided as part of resolution 1, as part of the two-stage process, if you get what I mean, because then that would.
Well, I think that's captured in the. Sorry, I think that's captured in the amendment because the advice does, recommendation 1 does indicate the exclusion of certain chapters, and then they're given for example. So if, when the report comes back to us, those are the chapters that Mr. Campbell says you could leave out, or there might be others, then recommendation 2 would apply to those clearly.
Yeah, that's my point. I don't feel the wording captures that, or in my interpretation of the wording, others may feel differently to me, but if we could just add in there, something about the remaining chapters or, chapters identified.
Well, okay, right.
Cool, hang on. We're delving into the realms of the if, buts and maybes here, and we are after all looking at a plan, so we need to be very objective. Mr. Cook, and then I'll go to Mr. Campbell.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm personally getting a little bit confused here. If the decision is to leave chapters out, and do the plan in 2 separate stages, wouldn't those chapters then stay out until the legislation is then clear? Surely we wouldn't be writing a second district plan based on what we might think the legislation might be.
No, Mr. Campbell, and then I'll come
Thank
to
you,
you,
Mr. Chair.
councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, just to add to that, I think the broad RM reform signals that councillor Hopkins quoted would apply to the whole district plan, not just selection of chapters dealing with the natural environment. So I think we'd want to give advice on the whole plan because it works as one. And I think after the first resolution, there'd need to be a second come back to committee, and they need to make a resolution what direction you want to travel anyway, whether you want to split it or not based on that advice. And then part of that might then entail the second resolution, depending on that outcome. So it's a kind of a 2-stage process.
Yes.
Well, again, if I may just answer Mr. Cook's question. I think there's a bit of a disjunct here between what the committee might be trying to, I think that there is a feeling that there's a bit of a disjunct between what the committee is trying to achieve and what some of the planning advice has previously suggested might be the preference of those who've given that advice. What I'm trying to actually get here is some sort of collegial and collaborative relationship that says, okay, if we have to look at the objectives, policies and rules rather than the lines of the map, what are we going to do with those that might better achieve outcomes we're hoping will be achieved? It's a 2-stage process. I mean, if it's voted down today or lies on the table, it's going to come back because we're going to have to bite this bullet and do something. I think the way the resolution is worded at the moment, and I think I heard the governance advisor propose a couple of extra words that would satisfy Councillor Blackler. I'd be more than happy to consider those if she read them out. But why don't we just vote on it and accept it however the vote goes today? The matter's going to come back in front of us.
Is that not very much the nub of the argument, though, that we're trying to record something that we actually are going to face down the track, and it's relatively subjective. We're trying to actually protect things objectively. So,
Mr. Chair, sorry, look at the recommendations in front of us today. They are basically.
well, I haven't been able to get to them, councillor, because we're dealing with this, these other matters. And I agree with your sentiment that, and I think everyone on the committee would acknowledge, because we're going to have to rescind a position that we thought would help. Yes, but potentially rescind then. We need to look at other avenues to achieve the objectives that we desire. And that may well be in objectives, principles and rules, et cetera, plans and rules. So, look, I'm not going to take any more time on this. I'm going to put the motion. Well, at this stage, the motion has been proposed and seconded, so I have to put it. So that, if we can just go back to that, please.
Recommendation 2 from councillor Jim Hopkins, seconded by councillor John McCone, with some additions that were amended as part of the proposal and seconding process. Following the presenting of the advice requested from officers in Resolution 1, that the District Plan Review Subcommittee further requests officers to prepare draft objectives, policies and rules for the proposed district plan that may more closely reflect the government's RMA intentions as signalled in current ministerial statements and speeches.
All right, so everyone perfectly understands that. Those in favour, please say aye. Those against? Just for clarity, I'd like just a show of hands. So those in favour, raise your hands. All right, the motion is successful.
You're not using your card to vote because the mayor is not in the room.
No, well, if the mayor's otherwise disposed, that's why we included the extra committee member to. Right, we may now progress to page 10, where we're being asked to revisit previous decisions of this committee. Now, we've, apart from Councillor McCone, who was on leave, the rest of us all sat in the workshop where we were given advice. So I would propose that we deal with these issue by issue, and not as in its entirety, but I'm guided by members of the committee and whether they support that position or not. Councillor Hopkins.
Mr. Chair, to expedite matters, I'm happy to move recommendation numbers 1 and 2 with your permission.
That's A and B.
Well, 1A and B and 2A and B.
Right.
But alternatively, if you prefer to do them one at a time, I'll just move 1A and B. The reason I'm moving 1 and 2 together is basically they are, in my view, non-contentious. They ask us to receive and acknowledge feedback and give the chief executive a task to perform in relation to that feedback.
All right. No, sorry, I was at cross purposes. I've now caught up. So I'm quite happy to put, 1 and 2 if the committee are happy with that. So do we have a seconder for councillor Hopkins? Yeah, thank you, Mayor Kircher. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against, carried. All right, we move to number 3. Is councillor Hopkins?
Mr. Chair, again, this is where I think this issue of the disjunct arises. Essentially, what the recommendation's saying is what's in, and we ain't going to revisit it, and we're not going to have a look at any of it again, but we'll do as little as possible, but essentially we'll do what the minister said have to do, i.e. not do any additional work. But this is the sort of area where I think partly the second resolution I moved might come into play. And officers may wish to actually just go back and have another look at the SNAs that are there already and see if prior to notification, particularly if those chapters are postponed, see if any of those might warrant reconsideration and possible reduction or removal. I'm not sure that I can intelligently frame an alternative recommendation, and on the basis of the legality of the proposition embedded in 3, I think we might have to vote for it. What I would ask Mr. Cook and Mr. Campbell to do is, in the spirit of good faith, actually accept that the point I'm making may have some merit and do a bit of work in that area.
All right, well, oh, sorry, Mayor Kircher.
I think a lot of these at the moment are, we've asked for further information, and that information really is critical to deciding what of these we can accept or not. I'm certainly not happy that this subcommittee recommends that council accepts Schedule 6 at this stage, as an example, until we've got the advice on what can be parked or what's the consequences of parking any chapters of the plan. So I would rather that the rest of these recommendations from staff come back to us as appropriate with that information, and that we consider it at that time. It's not let's not we won't undo some of the things that we've been instructed need to be undone, but equally, instructed is the wrong word, advised, but equally, going to that step where we accept the what was there, I don't think we're ready for that yet.
May I suggest, in this instance, it might be that we move 3A and either amend or vote down B. I think we can do that. With some reluctance, I can't see any good grounds for voting against 3A, but the Mayor's point about Schedule 6 being perhaps available for additional review does seem to me, particularly in the light of the 2 resolutions we've just moved, to have some merit.
Councillor Blackler.
I just have a question for Mr. Campbell, in that 3B recommends council accept Schedule 6. Schedule 6, or the principles of accepting Schedule 6 are specifically in relation to the advice we received the other day, is it not? and it's formed based on the advice we received by expert opinion and a possible subsequent peer review. And really the advice we received is that we have no say on the matter other than to question the process that was followed to garner that expert advice. Is that correct?
Thank you, councillor Blackler and others there. So the ECNA work, as I mentioned before, was done with landowner agreement over the last 10 years or so, with a team of ecologists throughout the district. As previously mentioned, it doesn't pick up all of the ECNAs in the district. It's just the ones that landowners were happy to have visits from. So we know there's others out there that are being pushed pause on at the moment under the government direction. I guess in 3A and B, just note that the previous resolution quoted there, number 42, related to the eco chapter and provisions. That chapter is drafted in a way that refers to the ECNAs as mapped as well as non-mapped ECNAs. So it's kind of linked to the Schedule 6. Like we've done with the other schedules relating to ONFs, ONLs, etc., they have been recommended to council. They obviously haven't been approved by council. So I don't see there any harm in recommending Schedule 6 because you have the previous resolution that talks about the options of splitting the plan. So this would sit there as a recommendation to council until you have that advice of the first resolution. It doesn't create any harm or expectation. It's just lining up with all the other schedules and provisions this committee has already recommended to council, which is not in a paper to council at the moment. So I think for completeness, it's probably best just to keep it bundled up in this sense. And then you've got the advice of the earlier resolution about splitting the plan.
Just as supplementary, just to go back to your comment about the eco chapter, could you just outline the consequences or the complication there? I just didn't 100% follow what you were referring to.
Sure. Effectively, the eco chapter is drafted in a way that has rules that refer to the mapped ECNAs in Schedule 6, and it has rules generically for non-mapped biodiversity across the district. You still have to have provisions regardless. So if Schedule 6 disappears, we would have to revisit that chapter anyway to look at how we still give effect to the Act and RPS in terms of protecting Indigenous biodiversity. So there still need to be rules, they just change in terms of their format if there's no mapped ECNAs. We'd also have to probably revisit our biodiversity fund as well.
So what you're saying is, even if we push pause on mapping further ECNAs, there's still provisions that in the chapter regardless that have currently been adopted that protect the areas that aren't currently mapped.
Yes, that's correct. There's provisions there that, like we have at the moment in our current plan, that they're more refined than what we've got now, but they do deal with that issue. It gives less certainty to landowners because unless they know what they're looking at, then they could inadvertently clear or destroy vegetation. That's been an issue to date because they haven't been able to see it. They don't know where it is. The mapping helps give certainty in that case.
All right, if there is no further discussion, councillor, were you proposing that we move 3A? Are you prepared to recommend 3A and B?
Based on what Mr. Campbell has said, I think my answer would be yes. I've just been racking my brains wondering if there's any additional word in B that might moderate. And I was thinking recommends that council provisionally or conditionally accepts, or that council accepts Schedule 6 significant natural areas as currently proposed. But probably on balance, based on what David said, I think we can, I'll move both without amendment unless another member of the subcommittee wishes to come up with a possible set of words to address B.
Seconded by councillor Blackler. I just in addressing the mayor's concerns, I believe that, in passing this, if I can use the analogy, we've put the petrol in the car, but we haven't started the motor. That doesn't happen until, this is put through the full approval of council. And therefore, there's still that process to come. Mayor Kircher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My concern is that, we don't know what the legal situation is on some of the stuff. We're seeking legal advice, and my concern is that we put petrol in the car and then everyone knows it's a petrol powered car. Try to stretch that analogy as far as we can go. The challenge is, will that then be, basically mean legally that we have identified those areas? This subcommittee has identified those areas. I talked earlier about the discussion I had around the potential that ECAN is reviewing its criteria around biodiversity, and so I think those areas can change. Now, if it's a ability to say, yep, we can put that forward, and if the criteria changes, we will change where the lines are on maps. But we don't know any of that. I'm just very nervous that we progress anything as a recommendation until we've got that other advice about what should be done. We just think we're going forward in the dark a little bit too much, and we just need that clarification so that we can actually make better decisions and make ones that we're not going to feel that we might have to rescind next time around. So we've already gone through all that. We've also put staff through a lot of stress and work to try and get us to the point where we feel we're legally safe. But I don't see any problem with us actually just waiting for that other information and having some of these other decisions made at that point. It's not that we won't make them, it's just making sure that we've got them with the right advice that we want.
Mr. Campbell, you obviously want to respond to that. Just before you do, my understanding was the basis of what we're being asked to consider here is on the basis of the expert information that we received 2 weeks ago, that said failure to alter these will also have consequences that we don't really want to deal with. But sorry, Mr. Campbell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just picking up on the mayor's point. The other exercise we did recently was run through those SNAs listed in Schedule 6 under the new NPS IB criteria. So that's the national criteria that everyone has to follow. Yeah. And that review concluded that they all still met the new national criteria. So nothing changed there, which was reassuring. So whatever ECAN or RRC do regionally still has to meet national criteria. So I think there's certainty that our SNAs as identified would meet national and regional anyway. That's really just the fact of not progressing any more studies on SNAs going forward until government confirms that their new work plan. And again, just reiterate that if we recommend the schedules included, like the other ones we have, ONFs, CCNFs, ONLs, etc., it sits parked. And using your analogy, the car's not running, so it's just sitting there until we get that advice back on the early resolution from this morning. So it's in a list that's there to, if you decide to take them out, it would be in that list that you come back to.
Councillor McCann.
Yeah, look, I take on board what you're saying, David, but I'm still on the lines with what Gary's talking about, and that we're in the dark. The goalpost is still moving in the back of the paddock, and until we find out exactly what's going on, I would be quite inclined to not support 3B.
Mayor Kircher.
Reluctant to do this, Mr. Chair, but can I ask that we briefly adjourn and have a discussion in the council lounge around an aspect of this. I don't think we need to put the pause on the live stream. I think if you are happy to adjourn and we just duck into the room and have that chat, that I think it's just got some relevance that, about what different people have been saying.
Mr. Chair. Is there any reason why we can't discuss it? I mean, we're obviously we're gonna have to come back and say to people what we did talk about.
But it's my concerns about what's already been said that we've been told we shouldn't be saying.
Oh. Right, I see. Okay. Well, that,
All right, I'll make a ruling from the chair that, we're going to adjourn for a brief punch up next door. No, look, we'll endeavour to, be back in 2 or 3 minutes when we've canvassed this issue. And we do thank you for your, patience waiting online.
Apology for the house a little bit.
Well, thank you for your patience. We're just, members of the subcommittee, we just wanted to clarify a position, in that we have been referring to advice, that's guiding us, on, possibly altering or removing some past resolutions. I'd just like to explain from the chair that was a, planning advice briefing that we received, 10 days, 2 weeks ago. So when we refer to advice, we're referring on the basis of expert planning advice that we've received. All right, so we go back to the fact that we have a mover and seconder for 3A and B. And no, well, they've been moved and seconded as a collective, councillor Hopkins. So, all those in favour of 3A and B, please say aye. Aye. Against? I declare the motion carried. We move on to resolution 4.
Chair,
Yes,
I would like to move an alternative resolution. The resolution I wish to move is that resolution DPRSC 2023-068 bracket remove SNA 12 from schedule and mapping, close bracket, decided at the reconvened DPRSC meeting held on 7 March 2024 stand. Or stands actually, because it's singular. Semicolon and, but I'm only moving 4 at the moment. Well, that's my 4 at the moment.
so basically what you're saying is, instead of revoked, you're saying stands.
Correct. And if there is a seconder, I'll expound on the reasons why.
All right, we have a seconder from councillor Percival.
Speaking to the matter, Mr. Chair, I'll draw members of the subcommittee's attention to the planning report on this matter, the Waitaki District Council Ecological Sites Assessment, Site 108, Table Hill, prepared for the Waitaki District Council by Richard Ewins and Mike Harding in February of 2017. Now, I believe the officer's report says that there was a summary only and that we made the decision on the basis of that summary. But in my view, I think it would be to say that I'm persuaded that the summary reasonably accurately distilled the essence of the full report. And I would draw members' attention to page 40, mixed indigenous exotic grassland, and the number of exotic species identified by asterisk that are actually present in the area. I would draw members' attention to the fact that there are allegedly 37 indigenous and 25 naturalised or exotic species recorded. There was only 1 native bird species, 1 lizard was observed, though not positively identified. But more to the point, it goes on to talk about, the report goes on to talk about clearance of vegetation at similar Mackenzie Basin sites during the past few years make it likely that less than 20% of indigenous cover now remains in this land environment. But that's not demonstrated clearly and beyond doubt. That's a supposition. And I'm trying to find the exact wording. There are several references, and I've highlighted them if I can find them. Sorry. There are a variety of references to the site being of moderate significance. And in my view, moderate, or I think they identified areas of significance as moderate or moderate to high. And in my view, words must have meaning, and moderate does not mean the same thing as significant. And nor for that matter, I would argue it is high. But I'm simply not satisfied that the proposition that the detailed report fundamentally contradicts the summary is correct. And for that reason, I believe that the decision to remove SNA 12 should stand, and that's why I've moved as I have.
Mr. Campbell, I'll ask you to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a reminder that previously I'd advised today that these SNAs have been peer reviewed under the new NPS IB criteria, and all of them still meet that. So the rankings of various things within the report around low, moderate, high, etc., all collectively combine in terms of meeting the significance criteria or not. In this case, they do. So it's had a peer review in that sense. I mean, we can go and get another ecologist to go on site and double check what was recorded and noted here. Yeah, there's probably other sites that have similar sort of descriptions and attributes as well, but yeah, it has had that peer review done under the new criteria and still meets it. But yeah, it's the report's there for descriptive purposes, and then collectively it gives you the meets the threshold or not, which in this case it does.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Just for members, committee members, this is my mistake or my error. The references to moderately representative and the like are to be found on page 43 of our report or our agenda. And I'm sorry, I just repeat, I do not believe that moderately representative or typically characteristic can be classified, can mean the same thing as significant.
Councillor Percival.
You just add to Jim's commentary on that report. It's interesting to note that the report was compiled in 4 hours of a visit.
Mr. Craig.
Yeah, I'd just like to speak, if I can, to those that last comment. It's not at all a very large site, and so 4 hours on the ground is not an unreasonably small amount of time to spend on a site to determine its significance. I'd also like to point out that that reference to moderately representative on page 43 it directly references the criteria listed in the regional policy statement. So a site that meets that moderate representative threshold is significant under the regional policy statement.
Councillor Percival.
Well, for me, it does bring into question what I stated, that 2 people over 2 hours, 4 hours equivalent. It does affect my thinking across the whole plan, that these decisions made and put down on paper that affect so many individuals, farmers, and those involved with the rural area. What time was spent in total? It just disturbs me terribly that these major things are decided in a time frame which I don't feel is appropriate.
Mr. Campbell.
Yeah, just to wrap that up, all of these kind of studies and work are done within, fairly limited budgets of ratepayer money. So it's funded by the ratepayers, and the experts are well practiced in what they need to do on site. They don't want to spend days and weeks wandering around land for the sake of it. They want to get the job done, get out, get a report done that is cost effective and delivers what it needs to. So we to try and balance that, fiscal pressure as well as achieving what they need to under the criteria. So yeah, they could spend longer there, but we'd end up paying a lot more for probably not a lot of extra gain.
All right, I appreciate that. If there's no further comment, we have a motion on the table. And do you want to speak to that as the mover, councillor Hopkins?
I just, if I may just exercise a very brief right of reply. I accept Max's point, but I am going to be, because there are other matters in here that where words, in my view, become quite significant and central, and where, in my view, they might become issues in a higher court. And I know from experience as a journalist and a councillor that sometimes decisions in the environment and other courts can hang on a single word and the emphasis or interpretation of it. And in my view, moderately representative cannot stand as an equivalent of significant. And the general point I was trying to make was a thorough reading of the full report, in my view, does not indicate that the summary on which we predicated the original decision distorted or misrepresented that. And for those reasons, I have moved as I have.
All right, well, we have a motion before us. I'm going to put the motion. And I believe that the motion is basically number 4, but with the word revoked replaced with remain. Is that?
If you would like me to read it.
Yes, please.
The motion on the table, councillor Hopkins moved, councillor Guy Percival has seconded that resolution DPRSC 2023/068 to remove SNA 12 from the schedule and mapping, decided at the reconvened DPRSC meeting held on 7 March 2024 stands.
Semicolon and.
No, we will take out, because these are being done individually, the semicolon, the and will be removed. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? I declare the motion carried.
Mr. Chair, I will further move with regard to resolution 5, that resolution DPRSC 2023/069. I won't read it all. I think you can guess where I'm going. Decided at the DPRSC meeting held on 7 March 2024 stands.
Councillor Percival is going to second that.
Speaking to it very simply and quickly, in my view, again, the report indicates that there's a very small number of properties where the QB2 covenant provisions and SNA mapping criteria overlap. In my view, I am absolutely satisfied that QE2 covenants afford those areas within the covenant as much protection as an SNA. And given that this is a relatively minor matter affecting, I think, about 5 properties from memory, looking at the report, and given the fact that I think there is an equivalence of protection offered, I would like to see that this recommendation stand, or this resolution stand.
Yeah, I think as Councillor Hopkins said before, things can hang on a word, and the word in this one is equivalent. I'd question whether any QE2 covenant does give equivalent protection, but I think where it can, then I do actually support this. I intend to abstain on all of these because I think they're not decisions we should be making today, but on this one, I think this one does recognise the part that QE2 covenants can play.
Thank you, Mr. Crowe.
If I may just draw members' attention to the report. With regards to the purposes of the QE2 covenants, being first and foremost open space covenants intended to protect landscape values. In many instances, in my experience working with these covenants, the values in them are not necessarily known in any detail. They might have had ecological reports done on them necessarily. And actually there are many instances that I know of where QE2 covenants have had their values destroyed with no recompense. So there is no way that I can see that QE2 are equivalent in their protections that they provide to these areas.
Mr. Crowe, if I may, I don't wish to engage in a litigious debate, but I don't think the resolution says that QE2 covenants do provide automatically and absolutely in every instance equivalent protection. The resolution is very conditional. It says that review, first of all SNAs where there are QE2 covenants in place and where those covenants provide equivalent protection. Now, were you to come back to us and say, actually, none of them provide equivalent protection, ergo, having reviewed them, they should all remain as SNAs, then I would think that if we are being honest and honourable and working with you in good faith, we'd say fine. So I'm not saying QE2 covenants are the be all and end all or a solution in themselves. It is a very conditional recommendation. Is that a fair and reasonable interpretation, do you think?
I think so. I'll be happy with that.
So what you're suggesting is that you want more information. You know,
Suggesting is on that basis and listening to Mr. Crowe's answer and also acknowledging that the officers still can still in the review say, oi, it should stay in. Now, Mr. Crowe appears to be satisfied with that, and he appears to accept that the reference to equivalent protection is very conditional. So I think the resolution can be put.
all those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Motion's carried. We're due to break for lunch in a couple of minutes, so I don't think that we'll proceed at this point. I would just like to draw to members' attention, we've all received an email yesterday of a petition that is going to be presented to council at some stage with petitioners' thoughts on the plan. If the author of that petition is listening, I suggest that they might need to visit the credentials of Mr. Richard Prickle, who chose to sign his name in a short form. I don't think his comments would be conducive to this process. So we're now going to break for lunch and we'll be back at 1 p.m. Thank you very much. Welcome back, everyone. And again, welcome to those joining us in the chamber and online. We trust that you have been suitably refreshed. And I just need to start with an apology on behalf of the mayor. He has another meeting that's going to take him away for about 30 minutes.
In order to expedite matters and advance proceedings in a timely manner, I would like to move with regard to recommendation 6 as follows. That resolution DPR SC 2023070 bracket removal of all cultivated land, including any other elements or features required for modified pastoral, agricultural use or industrial use from ONLs, decided at the reconvened DPR SC meeting held on 7 March 2024 be reviewed. REVIEWED.
Do we have a seconder for that? Thank you, councillor McCone. Would you like to speak to that, councillor Hopkins?
Yes, but first I would like to ask Mr. Campbell, if I could, a question, or actually a couple of questions. One specifically relating to 070, but another relating to that falls out of it. The first question is, in the agenda under B, we are advised that our consultant landscape architect has also reviewed the resolution and notes that it would not protect outstanding natural landscapes as mapped. He also makes the observation that ONLs don't stop at arbitrary boundaries, such as the edge of cultivated land or land that is modified by pastoral use, although he doesn't explain why he makes that assertion. We aren't told why he has made that conclusion. He goes on to say, and I think this is quite important, landscapes are also obviously outstanding in entirety from valley floor to mountain ridge top, and including the agricultural and pastoral use on the valley floor. Now, my question or two questions to Mr. Campbell in the first instance. Who was the landscape architect? Was he the person who did the peer review or somebody else? And secondly, would Mr. Campbell agree that a description that landscapes are obviously outstanding is not in its meaning synonymous with landscapes are obviously outstandingly natural in their entirety? I would not dispute the notion that the landscape might be outstanding in its entirety, but that does not mean, I would have thought, or could it be construed not to mean, that it is an outstanding natural landscape in its entirety, particularly given that the consultant has specifically identified agricultural and pastoral use as a qualifying factor.
Thank you, councillor Hopkins. So the landscape architect is Philip Blakely that has taken over from Graham Denson and reviewed his work and has been on the property visits since 2022. We're requested, so it's familiar with the area. In terms of the statement there, he's referring to two particular valleys which have a range of features throughout them. In terms of the terminology, outstanding natural landscapes is the terminology used. The criteria obviously factor in naturalness as part of the criteria, but they're not the only and determining value. So much of Queenstown outside the urban areas is ONL, so all of the Wakatipu Basin, etc., which is quite developed and modified. Yeah, a lot of the Mackenzie Basin is ONL, and it has various other modified features within it as well. So, yeah, that's kind of the difference of the terminology versus what he's saying there is probably the distinction. But yeah, the naturalness is part of it, and the word natural is in the descriptive, but it's not the thing that it hinges on.
Look, mate, yeah, okay. It seems to me that this is one of the troubles I have with this whole idea, with the Environment Court as much as anyone, and how it's chosen to define outstanding natural landscapes without meaning to have an argument. It does seem to me that what you've just said is that And the definition of an outstanding natural landscape means that an egg is an egg except unless it's an apple. Because what you're saying is an outstanding natural landscape can be something that isn't a natural landscape, but it still qualifies. And that to me is arguably an odd proposition and semantically and conceptually challengeable or contestable. The other question I have, in the various assessments of the submissions, the landowner submissions, I note, and there's an example on page 20, and it proceeds throughout the documents. In the area of landscapes, we are advised, our planning advice is the experts win. You go to the Environment Court and the Environment Court says, we like the expert opinion over everyone else's. However, if we look at the various reports responding to the comments from property owners and landowners we've had, there is a repeated comment in relation to sites and areas of significance to Maori. This has been considered by the Rūnaka and no changes are recommended. Now, the last time if you asked me to try and define what a Rūnaka is, I would have thought it's a community group. It represents a community. It is a class of persons in the same way that you might say some association of residents of Oamaru represent Oamaru. In that sense, a Rūnaka comprises lay people, not experts. So here's the question: do we have a double standard in the law? The Environment Court has said that the only people who can determine what is a site or an area of significance to Maori are Maori. So essentially, that's the only criteria you need to qualify as an expert. But in every other respect, landscape architecture and so on, I have to have a label that says I'm a qualified landscape architect, ergo my opinion is better than yours because you're just an ordinary person. Now, is that a double standard? And if there is provision, if you like, for lay people to be experts in one category, why can't we say that European farmers are experts when it comes to the planning and administration and future use of European farms? So, I mean, my question is, shouldn't have been considered by Ōkaha? If we're going to live in the world of expertise, can we rely on a Rūnaka as a defining agency, or do we have to say it's got to come from Ōkaha because we need to hear from the experts in both instances?
Before Mr. Campbell responds, Councillor, I'd remind you that we would make far more progress through this if we actually stuck directly to the subject matter. And I understand the thread of your argument and the way that you constructed it, but at the end of the day, we're actually dealing with the potential revocation of the resolution, or we overturn it. Now, you've made a proposition, but we can be all here all day and in fact all month if we reduce our arguments to semantics. Mr. Campbell? So no, Mr. Campbell's going to respond.
I guess going back to the question around Rūnaka, I mean, it's set out in the Mana Whenua chapter what that entails. It's really clear. It does have cultural ties and associations with the land, and it's not disputed, I don't think, but it's the work they've done with us has also been informed by their experts employed by Ōkaha to help sort of shape the standards. They've drawn on their experience in other district plans in doing that. So they realise there's those tensions there, and they're trying to get a workable solution. So it's a bit of both. You've got the kind of cultural associations and history there that's recognised in the RMA and treaty, and then in order to implement that, they've relied on their experts to help guide and shape that as well. So it's a mix of the two, effectively. Yeah.
I'd also ask the question that if this is passed, that it's reviewed, when and how within this process.
Well, okay, I was going to explain that, if and when I had an opportunity to speak. If you want me to do that now, I'm quite happy. Look, we have asked the officers to report to us on the potential, on the feasibility of having a two-stage planning process. This is clearly a contentious area. We've also asked a signal from officers that we may like to discuss with them, since possibly the lines in the map are off limits, that we want to look at possibly revisiting objectives, policies and rules. Now, if we, in theory, if we revoked if we revoke the resolution, we could still do that. But I'm just being a little bit more conditional and essentially signalling that there is still an interest within the committee, or I'm testing the mood of the committee to see if there is a view that some moderation or modification or reconsideration of the impact of overlays on cultivated land, blah, 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 should be undertaken. And that's why I'm proposing what I'm proposing. And it would follow from any consideration or resolution arising from recommendation 1 this morning.
Councillor Blackler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In relation to that, I just had a question around that change of wording, and I just wanted to understand from Mr. Campbell, based on the details outlined here in the report, subsequent to that, this earlier resolution 2023/070 being passed, there has actually already been a review, has there not?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Blackler. So effectively, the landscape architect has done a review of the intent of the resolution rather than on the ground type review, to give that kind of high level advice to suggest that there's probably not a lot of exceptions to that, other than where we've pointed out in the report where there have been changes made for various reasons, and to support those kind of farm-based areas, that type of thing. So yeah, I don't think a further review is going to really uncover much else on the ground in terms of those areas have been fairly well looked at already and revisited, reviewed up till now. So yeah, there may not be a lot of additional advice on the geographic extent of the ONLs themselves.
So supplementary to that, just to confirm, the line of questioning put to the landscape architect to review this matter was around the principle of whether or not potentially removing cultivated land, as an example, would be an appropriate course of action.
Yes, as well as the modification aspect of the resolution. So he's looked at across the areas of ONL already mapped and said, the example there with Ahuriri, Lake Ori, how there are parts of that with modification, cultivation, etc. But he said, generally by and large, it's a continuous kind of landscape, and trying to sort of single out those little bits and bobs other than the farm-based area is probably not really something you'd be able to justify necessarily.
Further supplementary, would it be fair to say that the landscape architect, say if that was, because there's multiple layers of aspects to that resolution that was passed, like if you split out cultivated, and then modified for agricultural purposes, i.e. uncultivated but farmed areas, and then industrial use is kind of 3 elements to it. Would it be fair to say that the landscape architect may or may not have an appetite to specific aspects of that, or not?
Yeah, I think to some extent they have done that almost around that sort of agriculture or industrial use in terms of the farm-based areas. They've accepted that they are little pockets of highly developed land within a landscape, and they would, revert to the rural scenic. So they still have a place in terms of the working farm and in the landscape, because they're a kind of small distinct feature, as opposed to the whole extent of cultivated flats or, oversow, top dress slopes, that type of thing. So he doesn't think it would extend much beyond those sort of farm-based areas if you're looking at the wider working farm in that context.
Ms Campbell, are you saying that the review you mentioned by the person who's replaced Graham Denson has happened since we moved the resolution on the 7th of March? Or, because I got the impression from your answer earlier that that had been done previously, prior to that.
So we sought advice from the landscape architect since that resolution was passed. The comments around the farm-based areas has been happening all along as part of the land and feedback. So that's been a work in progress, as well as one or two others that are still in train that's been to this committee. So, but the advice and quotes there is recent advice since the resolution. Yep.
I may very briefly speak and reply unless
Yes.
other members wish to express a view. The reason I'm focusing on words is that when it comes to matters in the Environment Court, words matter. In fact, they matter in any judicial process. I can cite cases that I covered as a journalist where a judge overturned an election result on the basis of the interpretation he placed on one sentence. So in my view, it is perfectly reasonable for us to say that the description of something as an outstanding landscape is not the same as the description of something as an outstanding natural landscape. And using the former as a defence for the imposition of the latter has planning implications that can reasonably and legitimately be challenged. So I see this as a placeholder more than anything. I don't expect Roger or David or anyone else, or Mr Cook or Mr Campbell, to actually entertain any effort on the matter immediately. But depending on what they bring back to us in respect of recommendation 1 this morning, it would seem to me that then recommendation 2 might very logically and reasonably alight on the areas identified in DPR SC 2023-070. And that's why I've moved as I have.
Then being no further discussion, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? Against. I declare the motion carried. We move on to number 7. That I take it that we've all read that. And Councillor McCain?
Yeah, just for clarification, could I have DPO as 2023-72 and 83 read out, please?
The original resolutions, you mean?
Yes, please.
I think one of them is that we all go home early for tea.
So 72, that was the correct number, wasn't it? Yep. The resolution basically said that council accepts Schedule 9 and 80. 83 was accept Schedule 7 as proposed, except for the amendments agreed at this reconvened meeting of the subcommittee today on 4 April 2024. So those refer to the schedules that contain those ONFs or SNFs effectively.
So that's for these three particular items that have been highlighted before only.
So the ones listed there in this resolution sit within those schedules.
So that the schedule covers everything in the overlay, but these are specific ones that were previously removed by the subcommittee. And again, I'll remind the subcommittee that the planning advice that we received, that this position is not supportable if challenged.
Which again, I think, Mr. Chair, leaves us with one of two options. We can either move the resolution as it is proposed, or we could do what we've done with 6 and have something along the lines of be reviewed with a view to retaining the previous resolutions, something of that nature. I think I'm reluctant to end the resolutions. Keeping them alive in some form might allow us to drill down into and revisit the objectives, policies and rules, which we have been told we can. But I'd almost encourage another member or members of the subcommittee to actually move rather than just have me do it all the time. And then we can test whatever resolution is put to us.
I'm 100% supportive that we get this right, but it also concerns me am I still on here? So that we appear to be fighting a rearguard action that may well result, it is not going to change the result of actually losing the battle. We need to I believe refocus our efforts on the OPRs, because the planning advice was that these will not stand scrutiny. So I just remind members of that. I'm not trying to instruct you what to do. I'm just reminding you that that is the position that we're in. So is someone prepared to, Councillor Blackburn?
Oh, Mr. Chair, just in regards to Councillor Hopkins' assertion that none of us are happy to move items, I would have been happy to move previous items if they hadn't have been amended before we had a chance to discuss the ones at hand. But on that basis, I'm happy to move recommendation 7.
All right, we have a mover for recommendation 7. Do we have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Linwood. Councillor Hopkins?
Speaking to the matter and to the point you've just made, I concur entirely, which is why I moved recommendation 2 at the beginning of the morning. I want to reconfigure and reposition, and I think a more conditional response to the proposal that these resolutions be revoked is part of that. So I'll be voting against this, but we'll test the sentiment of other members of the panel, of the subcommittee.
Any other discussion? Councillor Blackburn?
Just speaking to the recommendation, I mean, you've already highlighted what the issue is, Mr. Chair. We've had pretty clear advice on planning advice on where the position sits. So on that basis, I'll be voting in favour.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against? All right, cool. I'll go back then to a division. Can I have a show of hands for those in favour? And a show of hands of those against? Are you abstaining or you're voting against? All right. we have a tied vote. And in the absence of the mayor, who said that he was going to abstain anyway, I believe I have to use my casting vote. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Therefore, I must be consistent and remain with voting for. Therefore, the motion is carried. And we move on to number 8. Councillor Hopkins.
Mr. Chair, it may come to you as come as no surprise to you that I will move recommendation 8 with the substitution of the words be revoked to stands, full stop.
You are prepared to second that, Councillor Percival? This was one that I was a little confused on. I thought that in the conversation that, because I actually moved the particular timescale that owners had to reply, and if they chose not to within that time, it was taken that they were happy. So can that process not take place to everyone's satisfaction? Thank you, Mr. Campbell.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what the question is, but is that under the current resolution or it's suggested remain, or it's got some fish hooks in there, I think, as we've talked about previously around owner's consent. So we might need to clarify that. Because if someone does not give consent and they do not respond, then that does not imply consent.
And so this amended wording says that if they didn't reply, they would only be included if they've received funding from the Heritage Fund. Is that correct?
No, it's sort of twofold, basically saying if they don't oppose it, then it remains. But if they oppose it and they have already received funding from the Heritage Fund,
It'd be over there.
yeah, it's a bit,
Objection be
it
overall.
would be a bit tricky in that sense. We've kind of said, yes, you can have some funding to look after a heritage building, then they don't want it to be a heritage building listed.
Yep, no, I fully appreciate. Councillor Blackler?
Yeah, oh, sorry, actually, has something already been moved?
Yes.
Yes, but you can speak against that if, or for it, for that matter. Councillor Hopkins?
Yeah, look, speaking to this, I'm trying to find the reference to the expert or the heritage expert who said that, oh, these category B items were quite interesting or should remain. What the advice we have been given in this report, and I wish I could find it, but I'm absolutely confident the summary of the advice I've just given you is correct. What that advice does not do is actually address the resolution, the previous resolution of council, that items that were to go into the schedule would only be included if the owner was opposed to their inclusion, if they were exceptional. Now, the advice we have been given does not say explicitly and clearly, these are the properties that are currently at issue, and every one of them is exceptional. Ergo, based on the council's earlier resolution, which the planners wanted us to comply with, they should stay in. Failure to do that, in my view, means that the original the resolution we passed, which I have proposed should stand today, should indeed stand. And in my view, it then remains up to officers, as the resolution that we've been asked to repeal considers, describes, that council staff, heritage experts can submit for their inclusion as part of the notification process. I can see no good reason why in every instance it has to be ordinary people who have to fight the fight. And I'm hanging my hat in this instance on the fact that the heritage expert cited does not say at any in regard to any particular property, yes, it's exceptional. And that was the criteria we had for inclusion of over an owner's objection.
Councillor Blackler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be speaking against the proposed amended recommendation on the basis, again, the advice we received was pretty clear. And it was specifically referred to that from a planning perspective that us using the mechanism of the submission process to deliver on the requirements of us to identify and preserve heritage buildings was not a satisfactory approach.
No, Mr. Campbell, and then I'll come to you, Councillor McCay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In terms of sort of splitting them out, the previous resolution talked about exceptional, which was the category A's, which is why suggested rewording talks about category B's. So it's basically saying the A's are kind of in by default. So it really leaves the B's as a bit of an out if the owners are happy, or not happy. So that's the difference there. Effectively, the heritage experts assess them on their merits, regardless of whether an owner's given, any advice as to whether they want to include it or not. So they do that first pass, and then this earlier resolution is the one we've been following, where there's the odd occasion where they're a category B and aren't quite as important, but are still heritage items nonetheless.
Councillor McCay.
Yeah, I have two questions. So category B, is that not listed by Heritage New Zealand already as the first part of it? And secondly, if that's the case, why is the onus on the owner to actually say that they're opposed to listing? To me, it's their choice whether they are or they aren't.
So not all category Bs would be listed by Heritage NZ. And I guess we've gone through the process since 2019 and have a fairly good handle on the list now in terms of ones that people are happy with. So it's really not going to probably change things much if we write to people again and say, are you still happy? Because we've already had that feedback twice now from 2 rounds of letters that have gone out.
Thank you. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I don't want to argue with Tim, but in this instance, I think the planning advice is less clear and explicit than in the other matters. And I'll draw elected members' attention to page 11. The properties listed in Schedule 2 have been assessed by a heritage expert, we don't know who, and warrant inclusion, we don't know why. This has also followed a process directed by Council Resolution WDC 2019-206, whereby landowners that are opposed to a listing, then council would only consider listing a heritage item when the item has been assessed as having exceptional heritage significance. Section 6 of the RMA says preservation of heritage is a matter of national importance, but it leaves it up to councils and council discretion through district plans to implement and enact that through listings. And there is no explicit or prescribed process by which that listing has to be undertaken. And the notion of informed consent is as appropriate in this context as it is in relation to medical matters. And so that's why I stand by what I have proposed. And I further submit that the heritage expert cited on page 11 has not, in the basis of the information in front of us, advised whether the properties currently possibly to be excluded are or are not of exceptional heritage significance.
Mr. Cook.
When we sought the expert planning advice and we brought that to the workshop, the committee accused the planners of misquoting that resolution, and that wasn't what the committee wanted. And therefore the advice that we got was out of line. Now we're hearing that the advice that resolution was what they wanted. So I'm getting very confused here now.
You're saying that the workshop where we had planning advice,
Where we talked about the resolutions.
yes, 2 weeks ago.
Yes.
Yep. The question from my perspective was, we were questioning why the mechanism that that the subcommittee had advocated for wasn't explored. And also that wasn't given to the people giving us advice. It wasn't a criticism of staff. So that from my personal recollection, going back to the original conversation, was that we were going to go back to those who hadn't given their assent and say, you have 20 working days to come back to us and oppose this, and if you haven't, then it goes in.
That's not what the resolution that's being argued for says. The resolution that's being argued for says that the property owner's consent has not been given for inclusion, then any such property will be subject to submission from the owner or other parties in the notification process.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Cook is correct. This, by the way, was debated in February, not a month ago, so it's about 4 months old. There was discussion subsequent to the resolution, and I think it was in response to issues raised by Mr. Cook, how this process would be undertaken. Now, my understanding, and I would need to go, well, I rely on the governance advisor here. I thought we'd actually considered in the past a second resolution, actually stipulating that time frame through which to which property owners had to comply.
Yes.
If we did do that, then that's a second resolution that does impact on this, and would have been enacted at the time by our planning officers, by our staff. Alternatively, if we didn't vote on that, it was clearly agreed by the committee that that would be the process that officers had been requested, or not directed, but it was consensually agreed by all parties at that meeting in February that that's how it would be implemented. So either way, I'm not sure that that second resolution impacts unduly on the first, the one we're considering now.
Yes.
130 odd pages of minutes that would need to clarify that, and I don't know
Yep.
that one currently noting.
And I've just gone back to my notes on the day, and I can't, but I'm heartened that other members of the subcommittee have the same recollection as I do. So either there was a misinterpretation or it wasn't recorded, the intention wasn't recorded to relate to that.
The problem I have now is that what's being essentially argued for in this meeting is not in line with what you're saying we discussed, and the resolution was at that meeting. We've discussed this through the district plan subcommittee. It went through to council. Officers put comments through to council where it was overturned, and it was carried through from council from the district plan subcommittee's recommendation. And that's what we have up here, which we officers are presenting should be revoked. Because when we brought the advice to you, you said that's not what we expected. What we expected was the 21 days, which is why we're proposing the new resolution.
Actually, yeah, Mr. Cook raises this matter has been voted. This is one of the matters that did go to council, and I have a suspicion that that might be where the timeframe issues were debated and resolved, rather than at the committee. I think it might have been an issue that was raised in discussion at full council. Now, I think what Mr. Cook is saying is that the subcommittee can't revoke a resolution that's already gone to council and been adopted. The only thing, this recommendation 8 actually needs to go to council, not to us. And Mr. Cook's right in that regard.
Well, no, it requires a recommendation from us to council.
Well, in that case, if that's what it requires, then I will stand by the resolution that I've moved and has been seconded.
If you,
Yes, you can.
okay, the resolution that was recommended from the District Plan Review Subcommittee, I've just found it went to the 26th of March council meeting. It was 063, subject to final confirmation, which may have changed because of the restructuring of the words, but this was about that council removes any property currently listed in Schedule 2 of the proposed district plan for which the property owner's consent has not been given for inclusion, and that any such property will be subject to submission from the owner and other parties in the notification process prior to inclusion in that schedule, and that council agrees that any item included in Schedule 2 that has been carried over from the operative district plan remains as part of Schedule 2.
So I'm more than happy to stand by what I've moved. Based on what the government's advised read out.
Now, just reading here, whether there's, because I too remember the other processes. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, without having forward notice of this, I'd have to go back and find, but I do remember the discussion about the timeframes.
Yes, because I actually asked Mr. Campbell, my recollection, I asked him what was the required number of days for them to respond?
Yeah. Hang on, if you just. Yes. If I may, Mr.
Yes.
Chair, same meeting, 26th of March. So we got the two resolutions, the two recommendations from the District Plan Review Committee, which I've read out to you. And pursuant to those, agreed that you would follow those. So that happened. That was under resolution 2024-027 on the 26th of March. Then there was a discussion about the timeframe for responses. And there was a subsequent resolution, WDC 2024-028, that council agrees that from the date of the letter, landowners have 21 calendar days to respond. Moved by Councillor Jim Thompson, seconded by Jim Hopkins, carried. Does that address the questions?
Yes, thank you very much.
Sarah, did you get that? So I'm busy talking, so I hope you got all that I wanted to.
But just to go back to the root of the issue with that resolution that was passed, Mr. Campbell, you've said that so is there a divergence in thinking around here around what constitutes consent? If we I think from the thinking back to the mood on the day, I think the consensus around the table was if a letter's issued and there's no response, that's not a signal that that consent is given. Whereas was the perspective from a planning perspective that it would be taken as no objection means that there is consent.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Blackler. The current wording of the resolution as it sits, 027, specifically states where consent has not been given. So someone would have to give consent in order to meet that. If there's no reply, then consent isn't given. Therefore, the item would drop out. what the suggested wording is in line with the 2019 and the last two rounds of consultation with heritage building owners is around saying, if you really aren't happy, then let us know and we will take it out as has happened to date, as opposed to requiring consent within that timeframe. As such, so there's quite different approaches.
Yeah.
I don't want to protract this, but from a planning point of view, would Mr. Campbell attest or assert that looking at the proposed alternative text, is Mr. Campbell saying that the words, when that item has received funding from Council's Waitaki Heritage Fund, is of itself an indication that a property has been classified as exceptional? Because we still come back to the earlier resolution of council.
Thank you, Councillor Hopkins. So if someone's opposed to a listing, and it might be because the property's changed hands and they weren't aware it had funding, I think it would be a bit difficult, some reputation wise, to say we've given funding to someone from the Heritage Fund, regardless of their status, whether it's A or B, that doesn't differentiate, and then turn around and say, well, you've had your money, but you're off the hook now in terms of listing. I think reputationally that wouldn't go down well. The previous, whether the owner or previous owners already agreed to that listing, they've taken advantage of the Heritage Fund, and do want to look after it. So I think that'd be a fairly unusual case that someone would turn around and then oppose a listing when they've already had funding. But it may be because of a change of ownership would be the only time I think that might kick in. It's just there as a safeguard really for council.
I'm going to try and progress this, or otherwise we're all going to become part of Waitaki Heritage. We really do need to move on. So can I have the motion read back, please, Madam Chair?
Recommends to council that part 3 of resolution WDC 2024-027, which is pursuant to resolution DPRSA 2024-063, removes any property currently listed in Schedule 2 of the proposed district plan for which the property owner's consent has not been given for inclusion, and that any such property will be subject to submission from the owner and other parties in the notification process prior to inclusion in the schedule, which was decided at the DPRSC meeting reconvened on 13 February, stands.
All right, we have a mover and seconder. Those members, and I think this possibly will be contentious, so I'll go straight to a show of hands. Those in favour, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. I therefore have to be consistent and use my casting vote against.
Mr. Chair, I'm happy to move recommendation 8 as it stands with the adoption of the following text.
Mr. Chair, I move the motion be put.
Well,
Have a second.
we need a seconder first.
Oh, sorry, yes.
So you can, is it, or you're totally confused?
Yeah.
All right.
Yes, but I think.
So you're moving that we,
That's what we got.
yeah. All right, so councillor Lundwood has seconded that. All those in favour raise their hands. Those against? I'll use my casting vote. It stands. Oh, and welcome to the Monty Python Flying Circus. No, I think actually the biggest issue that is highlighted here today and is going to be an issue for us going forward is the use of language in describing what we're doing or describing anything, and getting agreement that we all understand what that language means.
So can I just,
If I may, Mr. Chair, so just to clarify for everybody who might have been watching that, so the first recommendation was, the first motion was lost, that the word be revoked is replaced with the word stands, that was lost. So then there's been another motion put forward by councillor Blackler, seconded by councillor Linwood. Again, the vote was 3-3. The chair has used his casting vote to declare the motion carried. So that means recommendation 8 is now a resolution moved by Tim Blackler, seconded by councillor Linwood, that the 5-line thing be revoked and the replacement text is now in. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, may we have a brief recess? Well, I have a nervous breakdown.
Well, the good thing is we've got an hour and 10 minutes to start reviewing the mapping process that, and whilst I appreciate and understand that there is now a motion asking staff for a report, I believe that it is still a useful exercise for us to go through this mapping, because we can give staff an indication of the questions we had that will allow their responses possibly in that report.
Mr. Chair, may I also actually, if you wish, I think the committee is, subcommittee is a master of its own, or the owner of its own destiny, not to be gender biased. And there are provisions in our standing orders for meetings to extend beyond the scheduled time, provided it doesn't exceed a total number of hours. So we could, at 3 o'clock, consider going for an hour further or something of that nature. And that's up to us.
It is, but however, staff have calendared in a certain amount of time, and they've possibly got other issues that they need to be dealing with.
yes, I've got agenda addendums to do, right?
Thank you. All right, so we will just have a brief 2-minute stop, and at which I will deliver around for those of you who have forgotten what maps that you wanted to raise questions on. Evidence of that so that you can jog your memories.
They're not, it's not a full list there. Mr. Chair, it's not a full list.
Oh, sorry. Oh, that one is closed up.
Yeah, but there's only a certain number of copies, it's not for everybody.
Oh, all right, all
And
right.
I was having that for me.
Oh, sorry, you were.
Yes, that's for my.
Welcome back. Surprise, surprise, we're still alive. In fact, we are live. So I'd just like to extend the mayor's apology. One meeting for him has rolled into another and he is asked to be excused for the rest of the afternoon. Which just shows how good our planning was because we still have enough members here for a quorum. So we know how to plan our meetings, we just don't know how to plan the district at this stage. At this stage. All right, members, so I'll take you back to the process. And going back to the 18th of the 4th, we had identified a number of maps that no one had any questions or objections to. And we were satisfied with them. I'm happy to move from the chair that those maps are acceptable. Do I have someone that's prepared to second that?
Mr. Chair, I think we probably need a bit more specificity. I think you might want to move maps and then the resolution would identify the ones that the government's advisor has also
Yes.
identified.
Well, yeah, we can put the map numbers in.
I just think we should do that, that's all. And on that basis, if you're happy to do that, I would actually second that.
Yep. So,
Through you, Mr. Chair.
I will cross-check what you're telling us, Madam PA. All right, go.
Maps number 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 19, 20, 24, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34.
Guy got one for 32.
I will continue.
It's one, yeah, 32.
Your GP.
Okay, let's strike out, hang on, and strike out 32, which was obviously moved during we did revisit one column at some point, so I'll go back. 30, 31.
29.
Oh, those were the two that we went backwards, I think, Mr. Chair. Okay. 20, 24, 27, 28, 30, 31, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37.
Thirty-seven. Yeah.
Looks like 39 to me. That's you, Mr. Chair.
39.
It's got 29, 32, looks like 37 on the 18th.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm still going through the list of the ones that we've approved.
Yeah, no, but we've got a problem here. Everybody's saying that 37 should come out.
But is it actually 39?
But is it 39? It's you.
Oh, is it?
I know what it's about.
Okay, we might have to come back to that. Hang on, I'm going to have to do this again, Mr. Chair. It's very difficult. So we don't know whether 37 is in. So it could be 39. It's either 37 or 39 that is one of these ones. 40, 42, 44, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59.
That's 57. Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Chair, may I suggest that we stop here because it appears that the 18th of April, there were others involved that were not moved into these columns. I thought those columns had been updated. So I'm not sure of the integrity of columns 3 and 2 based on what happened on the 18th of April when there was a recognition that somebody had forgotten to read the numbers from a particular list.
Mr. Chair, the motion you've moved, which I've seconded, I think can still be put.
Yes,
My view is that the governance advisor may or may not wish to conclude reading the list. I would have thought that if that recommendation goes to council, then if there are items in it that accidentally have been included when they shouldn't, or accidentally have been omitted when they should have been included, that can be addressed and resolved at the meeting. I think it's really important to actually, we've talked about progress and we've made jokes about taking time. No one's more frustrated than I am, I don't think, about the time things have taken. So let's, if there's no argument, let's put it in the council and get it adopted. So I still think we should vote on this matter now.
I'm happy with that, Madam GA. The thing is that, looking at this map, there are a couple that we have approved that may be questionable, but that councillor is going to get an opportunity to come when they come. Yes.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's just that we have had some issues with not having final wording on resolutions recently, and it is causing a continuation of debate going backwards and forwards. I'm quite happy, if you are happy, to delegate to me in consultation, that you and I could work together to finalise this list. I would prefer that the wording says that, rather than have it go through without any ability to change, because there are things that have been swapped columns.
Yes, yeah.
I want the wording of the resolution to go to the meeting as worded. We've had a resolution not finalised in wording and we're still debating it.
The part of the problem that we have is the photo that I'm looking here doesn't correspond with what's written on the board. So that change has been made on the board after the photo's been taken.
That's what worries me.
So, councillor Blackwell, there's a couple that we're approving that you were going to ask questions over. You may or may not now wish to ask those questions. But currently we have in front of us a resolution moved by myself, seconded by councillor Hopkins, that the subject.
District Plan Review Subcommittee recommends to council the adoption the notification of the proposed district plan of an identified number of maps as agreed between the chair and the governance advisor as resolved at this meeting.
Yes. And I'll put that. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against?
Aye.
You against?
Do you want?
You're against those ones there that we all agreed on, but you were actually at the meeting and didn't raise any objections to those particular ones. You have to others.
Yes.
So you're now changing your position. That's all right. No, I'm not questioning you. I'm trying to make sure that we're clear.
May I know whether you wish to have your vote recorded as against?
Yes, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair, there's been a couple of other people who have voted against things earlier in the meeting. Just to let you know, nobody asked for their votes to be recorded as against earlier. So if you felt that you had, it's too late. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
May I just ask one very quick question, based on the agenda item 3.2 and the text thereof before we address the individual maps?
You certainly can.
Look, it's just, I'm just relating it to the mapping corrections. At the very bottom of that, in italics, there's a note. This is on page 82 of our agenda. Please note that these corrections are not reflected in the maps linked to this report. And there's a whole series of corrections immediately above. Instead, they will be included in the final mapping that is presented to council for approval to notify the proposed district plan. And my question to officers is, have those corrections to the maps already been made? And if they have, why is it not possible for us and members of the public to see them? And why are we taking the view that mapping, which has proved to be contentious throughout from the beginning to this day, is only going to be available to people for consideration when we notify the proposed district plan? Would it not be more user friendly to do it earlier?
Campbell?
Sorry, just, I was trying to find it on the agenda. So is this around the mapping corrections, councillor?
correct.
Yeah. So there is some there that have been through the subcommittees. That's since the maps were created at the end of last year for the 18th of December agenda. So they will be subsequently amended as per your resolutions. The other ones are corrections where things shouldn't be in certain places, like the rural scenic landscape, residential settlement, etc. That's an anomaly there. It's a correction of something that shouldn't be in place. So they're the ones that will not impact landowners negatively. The first one around the corrections to align with cadastral boundaries is very minor slithers where the overlay or the zone doesn't quite go to the proper boundary. So that, again, that wouldn't really affect landowners. So
Sorry, Mr. Chair, David, I don't mean to be rude. It's not the corrections themselves I'm contesting. It's the comment in italics. These corrections are not reflected in the maps. Instead, they will be included in the final mapping that is presented to council for approval to notify the proposed district plan. I'm asking, have those corrections already been made? And if they have, can we and the public not see them now? Why are we withholding the mapping, which is such a bone of contention? And if they haven't been made in the maps already, when will they be made? And once they have been made, will the maps be made public or more readily available for people to consult?
thank you. I guess it's a sort of chicken and egg situation where the subcommittee needs to approve these corrections before they are published. So then once they're published, and depending on timing of a proposed plan, maps could be updated, but they'd be sitting as a sort of a draft pre-notified version. So it would get a bit messy in terms of.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's up to today, we could possibly hear, okay.
Councillor Mackay?
Yeah, look, I take it on board, David, it's chicken and the egg, but for me, it's back to front. We're a regulatory authority and lines have to be defined, be it by survey or GPS line or anything else, and we're being asked to make a decision on what may be or what may not be. So for me, I can't support any of this because it's not a defined line. We're especially in some of the lower land, that's high productive land and everything else. But the penalties and consents are involved with some of this stuff. And also, there's also financial value variations that if this comes through, it could affect the landed property. So to make that decision, I want to see a line in the sand so that if I'm working my tractor or be whatever it is, if I cross that line, I know I'm going to get a smack. But if I don't want a piece of line that can move left or right and is not defined. And until that's there, I can't support it.
That in a sense is a process we're undertaking today.
Mm.
Resolve where those lines go. Or consider it. With an open mind.
Councillor Wackler?
Could I, just in relation to councillor McCone's line of questioning, I think it's probably important to distinguish between what the level of detail that we can see on the maps versus the level of detail that the line has been positioned. Whether or not we agree with it, where it currently sits, it has been done at a higher level of detail than what we're seeing. That's correct, is it not? And if so, can you give us an indication of what level of scale it's been done to? Because I mean, again, going back to the point, regardless of whether we agree or not where it sits, it has been done at a high level of detail in respect to where the line has been put.
Yeah, thank you, councillor Blackler. It depends very much on the zone or overlay. So zones tend to follow cadastral boundaries, so they'll be right to the actual boundary in most cases. Overlays, whether it's hazards or other features, the soil mapping has come from bigger data sets, either national or regional. So again, those scales can be quite variable. The on the ground kind of feature mapping has tended to be fairly precise. They're still using obviously a map to draw it on or an aerial photo, but it's certainly way lower than a regional scale map. But it's generally property specific for those features at that level. So you've got a whole range right across the continuum of all the different maps and zones. The ecological ones, SNAs, are very much bounded by what's on the ground, so they pick up those vegetative features.
So supplementary, is there any cause for councillor McComb's concern that the scale at which the line has been put in any of the examples that you've given may inaccurately reflect the reality on the ground, or is it such that, as you alluded to, things that are of a more broader scale, subjective kind of scale, may have been done at a higher level, but the SNAs and stuff more accurate. But going back to my initial question, is there any risk that there are outliers there where lines sit where they may or may not have or should have or should not have landed?
Yeah, I mean, it'd be unrealistic to accept they're all perfect. A good example are the hazard lines, where the regional councils have been out to recalibrate some of those we requested. So there'll still be anomalies where there's little bits that don't quite line up. The soil one is the LUC 1 to 3 is probably the best example, where it's an older national data set. The regional councils are directed to update that in their next regional plans or policies. So we will get a new set of LUC 1 to 3 maps as a result of that. So that will be updated automatically as part of that process. But effectively, we've only got one set to work on at the moment. So there will be examples where information from those outside sources that are the only source of the information will have those inaccuracies or need to be refined as it progresses.
Sorry, just one further supplementary. If we go back to SNAs as an example, if the farmer or landholder didn't grant consent to get onto site to define where that boundary sat, for example, the approach that would have been taken would have been through satellite imagery and establishment of lines through GIS, or what was the approach that was undertaken and at which scale?
So the SNAs were all ecological surveys on site, so they were not extrapolated from a desktop exercise. They're all on site visits and mapped accordingly.
I thought we heard earlier that there were some people that objected to on-site visits.
Yeah, thanks for that question. So to clarify, the sites that have been mapped as significant natural areas have been visited on site. There are instances where a representative area might have been visited and then satellite imagery has been used to delineate the boundaries of that site based on some representative areas that might have been visited. So it's not to say that the whole site has been walked over, but the areas that are considered representative have been visited. Under the NPSIB, under that came out last year, there was provision for assessing sites remotely. However, up until now, we haven't done that. And this most recent pause in that program will mean that that is unlikely to happen within the next few years at least. So there remain sites that have not been mapped and are not scheduled in the plan or have not yet been identified.
Mr. Chair. I'm anxious to progress things, and listening to Mr. Campbell, and again, in the spirit of collegiality, reading the report we have in front of us, I think the mapping corrections identified on page 82 of our agenda are non-contentious. And I think in addition to recommending to council the adoption of the maps that have been uncontentious, I would move separately, because we don't know what further amendments will arise as a result of our discussions today and possibly on another occasion. I would move that the District Plan Review Subcommittee recommends to council that the maps to be included in the proposed district plan for notification include, well, the maps provided for inclusion in the proposed district plan for notification include the corrections made to those maps since December 2023, these being, and then I would just ask the recommendation, I won't read them all now, but to essentially reiterate bullet points 1 through 7 on page 82. So I'm moving that.
Do we have a seconder for that?
It's not contentious.
I didn't say it was.
But you
Mr. Campbell?
I don't believe that a further recommendation is needed at this stage. This is just highlighting or an update of
But you just said
changes.
before that those corrections had to have approval from us, so I'm trying to give it to you.
Yeah, they have to have approval from council
Okay,
on the final version. All we're saying here is there's corrections made since the maps are published. So they will look different when they come to council as part of the final proposed plan. And the bottom half of those are effectively the ones that the committee's already seen and recommended anyway. So it's really just a informative part of the report. So there's no surprise when you go, oh, that looks different to what we looked at, but it's obvious why the change has been made, particularly where those rural, scenic and coastal shouldn't be sitting over the sort of urban areas.
so I'm confused. We were told before that some of those corrections couldn't have been included in the maps because we had to give permission for them to be included. Now we're being told that we don't need to give permission, but we're just there for our information. Those two pieces of information appear to contradict each other. If Mr. Cook and Mr. Campbell say there's no need for the recommendation, I'll withdraw it. But based on their earlier advice, it seemed to me to be helpful to have that recommendation in front of us.
Thank you, Councillor Hopkins. Look, there is a slight futility in the exercise that we're going through because of the requirement to go back and try and have the maps in front of us to relate to the questions we have. Can I ask, is it possible for the maps as they currently stand to be put in a convene folder for this subcommittee to comment on and feedback to staff?
If I may answer that, the maps are huge.
All right.
The links to them, they are already on the website. They are there for everybody. The links to them are in the officer report to this meeting so that everybody could look at
Right.
them ahead of this
Yeah.
meeting, including members of the public.
Yeah, let's get, look, we don't need to approve the corrections on A2, let's get into the maps. God's sake.
Did you want to say, I'm just waiting for GA to catch up with us, that's all.
Yeah, no, I could further explain that for the members of the public who are listening to this. On the agenda page for this meeting, the listing on the website under council meetings and then agendas and minutes, there is the link to the agenda, and then there's a box underneath that which says related documents, and that is where the links to the maps are. There is an explanation to that effect in the descriptions box of this council meeting entry on the website. So I did put that up there last week, and so that everybody could have those links well in advance when the agenda was published. Thank you.
No, thank you, Madam Chair. All right, so we've dealt our way through the list in column 1 that was considered non-contentious. We move into column 2. Or
No, this one. This is the explanation for the planning team to know that the maps that were identified were questions. How many people had questions on it? So again, this is a 3-day, 3-meeting exercise. So it's really about.
Yes, so the thing is, if we went to map 1,
Yep.
we had questions from 2 members.
Yep.
Highlighted on, one being councillor Blackler, the other being councillor McCone. So councillor McCone, I'll start with you. Your objection to map 1 was?
As I said earlier, it's not only map 1, it's everything that I've got my name beside plus a few others. And that being, and so again, I won't go over what I've said because I think everybody understands where I stand on that. But if you take it even further, if this came to a court of law or came to a fine, where is the defined line? I don't think any of this would actually stack up in a court of law if someone was trying to actually get a legal resolution. And secondly, as far as that goes, I don't think we've taken into context of what could be in 4 or 5 years' time. So it's all very well making an agreement here that this and that's, to me, this has got to be absolutely 100% right before it goes anywhere. And sorry, no disrespect to the staff or anything else, but when I see the defined line and everything else that's there, then I will support it. But until then, I won't.
Councillor Blackler, your question around map 1 was?
Many of the questions that I have my initials listed by kind of no longer stand on the basis of the advice we received last week.
All right, that, sorry, no, Mr. Campbell first, and then I'll come to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The current maps online and the paper version that's been sitting around a while have been produced for ease of consumption in terms of the scale and what we can show. Yeah, there's 4 pages or 4 maps for each area because of the number of features. These are at the same scale as our current district plan maps. The E-plan project that is implemented for the current plan has an option where you can search for your property online and it'll have that zoom in and out function. So that's available for the current district plan, so people can actually see in detail where the lines start and stop. The proposed plan will go into that same platform going forward. And then when people go to submit, they can zoom in and out on their property, see what layers affect it, and then submit through that tool as well. So it'll give them far better definition than these PDF and paper maps. Because we're at this stage of the process, that's all we had to publish them on and for getting them into the system. But going forward, they'll definitely be a lot easier to follow in the E-plan.
Thank you for that explanation. Councillor Hopkins.
Mr. Chair, it is my view that a generic objection to the lines being vague or something or not likely to stand up in court cannot be deemed to be a question or a consideration for the reconsideration of any individual map. I would say with some sadness, I would say with clarity to Councillor McCone that the planning advice we have received is unequivocal. These lines in the map would stand because they have been drawn by experts. And the Environment Court has said the experts win. Now, I'm not entering into the debate. What I'm saying is, as a matter of law and case law and precedent, there are grounds for saying that we might have to accept the lines in the map and then consider challenges to those lines with an open mind, predicated on planning grounds, not simply saying we don't like them. The point I'm trying to make is that if there is no specific question for amendment to rules, policies, or something of the sort with regard to a map, I think it should move into the recommended approved category. It is not enough to say.
Well, that's what I'm trying to regress.
Yes.
So I don't need to go back to Councillor McCone on any of these because he's already expressed his opinion. Councillor Blackler has withdrawn his. So I move on to map number 5, which was a question from Councillor Percival. while you're finding that, councillor, councillor McKay?
Yeah, just clarifying, I don't have any problem with where the lines on the maps are. I've been told we've made that clear. It is the definition of where that line is I do have a problem with.
And as Mr. Campbell has just explained, that once we're up on the new system where you can zoom in and out, hopefully that detail is available.
Again, I have no problem, but because there's so much at stake, I have a problem with it.
How are we going on map number 5, councillor Percival?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I think some of my questions might have been alleviated, my concerns by resolutions that were passed earlier today, as far as information that we will receive in the future for that one in particular.
But we,
That was map 5.
just map 5?
Yeah, so we move on then to map 7, which was councillor Blackler and councillor Percival.
The map 5 goes one.
Yes.
I think it was to do with McIntyre's farm on the overlays along that lead ridge, which is the purple at the top left-hand corner that runs down that main leading ridge. But I think that's a matter of contention, and I think the planning boys have already changed some of that, which doesn't show on the maps at this point.
Sorry, what's your?
McIntyre's farm, that you see there's 3 lines of purple, the centre one, which runs down that lead ridge, which we've been on site with you with. And I think you're addressing it, and you've already addressed some of the problems that were existing there, which aren't showing on the maps. Am I right or wrong? There's been quite a bit of correspondence that would be covered in the last week or 2 on that. And I think David has been replying and you have been replying. And I think I believe that you're making the required or necessary adjustments on that. Am I right? It was involving that west facing land above the 2 houses on the internal road. And that when we agreed on site, that there could be adjustments made, and I believe that you're carrying on with that in an appropriate way.
Yes, that's right. There's a house within the outstanding natural landscape that was incorrectly included within it. Yeah, that's right. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, so that concerns addressed. We move on to map 13, which again, councillor McCone, I note your concerns. Councillor Blackler, all right, we move on to map number 15, which is noting councillor McCone's concerns on mapping definitions, and councillor Percival. Map 15. Map 15.
Yeah. I've got it here, but I only got in your notes from that day, it's funny, months and weeks ago.
So we've got 3 at the moment, is that right, Mr. Chair, 2, 5 and 7?
Um,
On 1?
No, we've moved, according to me, we've moved 1, 2, 3, 5, 7 and 13.
But we can't because his objections are still in place.
That was for 15. 13, there was no comments.
Councillor Cone has said that he wants.
Yeah, he's got a blanket objection.
Yeah.
But when it comes to a vote, that's probably going to be outvoted because he's it's not on a material matter, it's, he's taking a philosophical stand.
Mr. Chair,
Okay, so you need to rule differently, then, please, because Mr. Chair. If it's,
I don't know, well, you could ask, Max or David. Mr. Councillor Percival has focused on map 15, variant 3, natural hazards and infrastructure. And he's wondering what that tapeworm-like structure inching its way seductively across the landscape actually is and what it means. I speak on his behalf as his expert advisor. No, try and let's just stick to the simple black and white words, please.
Okay, well, Jim's on the case. It's that more like a roundworm than a tapeworm, but that comes right down through there. And it must have been something that took my attention for some reason or other, and I haven't got my notes here to quantify what that was. So what is that? What is that indicating of?
Thank you, councillor Percival. The roundworm feature is in fact a surface fault rupture hazard area. So it's following that kind of that mountain range there. Probably won't really impact on too many people, but yeah, it's a earthquake feature. Fault line.
If that ever goes, we're in trouble here as well. So anyway, if that's what it's to be, it's not making any difference. There was something that must have come up that.
Can we pass the law against that?
Right, we move on. Come on, let's just focus here. I know it's mid-afternoon doldrums, but map 16. Councillor Blackler. Okay, map 17, councillor Blackler. No problems. We note that councillor McCone's philosophical concerns on that. We move to 18, councillor Blackler. No problems. 21 moves on with councillor McCone's.
Can I just re-emphasise, it's not that there's no, I don't see there as being any problem, but it's the advice that we received last week says we can't have any influence over where
the lines are. Yeah, no, sorry, I accept that. Again, here's me talking about using the right language and I'm being loose with my own. 22, councillor McCone's philosophical objection and councillor Percival.
Twenty-one.
22.
You just go from one to while they reload.
while you're doing that, Mr. Chair, can we just go through this 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 13,
15,
15,
16, 17, and 18.
Right, so we're on 19 at the moment. Okay.
We're on 21,
So
actually.
Can you record those, please? Just as I.
Sorry?
1, 2, 3, 5,
Yeah,
7,
yeah.
13, 15, 16, 17, 18. Right. And.
19's already over there. We're now waiting for councillor Percival to come back on map 22.
We're on 20, we've done 21 as well.
Yes.
I believe it was the significance of the overlays on the SNAs. But I believe again that our resolutions earlier today will ease my mind on that. It's a lot of property that's been affected.
All right.
So I'm not quite sure, but I do believe they are addressing a lot of these concerns as we speak.
So map 23 might be the same concerns as it, councillor Percival.
Yeah.
That's 23 as well then, maybe across.
And then we move to map 25. Councillor Hopkins, you're coming up on map 26.
Yes. I'm ready for that, thank you.
So we were just waiting for councillor Percival on map 25.
That was, again.
The overlays.
Again, looking at the overlays on the SNAs right up the dasher, and we've got Fisher Creek, which is quite acceptable. And the rural scenic against rural general up on Black Cap and back through on the Kakanuis. It was just, I couldn't understand why that was then became rural scenic against rural general. But I think that's also being addressed and will be addressed by the resolutions passed earlier.
Thank you. Councillor Hopkins, your moment in the sun.
Mr. Chair, modesty prevents me from agreeing with you. I think the maps are shown on 26 Corridor 50, 51, 53 and 54 capture the area of concern. Now, this has been an area that a number of residents in that area have raised with me. They are concerned about the flood zone mapping, which definitely impacts a cluster of residential properties at the north end of Oamaru. Now, I have explained to the people who have raised the issues with me and the concerns, because they collectively and individually point out that this flood zone is going to see notations on limbs and the like, which will have an impact on property values. And they are deeply concerned. They are concerned because they feel that the basis on which the Otago Regional Council has reached its conclusions regarding flooding could perhaps warrant revisiting. And the particular point they note is that the floodplain maps were, according to the Regional Council, produced prior to 1991 with the aid of aerial photographs, discussions with locals and field visits. I'm not going to go. Furthermore, the floodplains are based on the maximum known historical levels, and they don't take into account river works to reduce the flood hazard. It seems to me, firstly, the flood hazard indicated in the district plan overlay, I'm reading from a resident's email, lacks scientific rigour. And secondly, it does not actually reflect the risk of flooding in this area. Now, I have said to these people, I have sympathy for them, and I acknowledge that this is a genuine and real and immediate impact, similar to the one that some rural people feel rules and regs and overlays have on their properties. And if indeed it is correct that the floodplain work the mapping was done or based on work done prior to 1991, and if indeed there has been work on the creek, Muddy Creek particularly, since 1986, and remediation works following the 1986 flood, then in my view, I think I would like to recommend to the subcommittee that we ask the Regional Council to reconsider its floodplain mapping or its flood zone overlay in the northern area or areas of Oamaru as identified in map 26, with more up-to-date data that may actually see an amended floodplain boundary. Now, we can't do it ourselves, but I think we might owe it to our residents to actually ask the ORC to undertake that work if the claims that it was all done on the basis of work done pre-1991, which is damn near 30 years ago, is correct.
Can I just dovetail, because I know that one of my concerns that I raised was on the flood mapping as well. I know that I live in a flood zone by ORC's reckoning, but that is based on the flood event of 1960. And I would suggest that there's been considerable changes in both the river system in now what is 65 years later. So I would also question the relevance of ORC's data.
Yeah, thank you, councillors Hopkins and Chair. Quite a while ago, ORC informed us they were doing work on the Muddy Creek flood mapping. I'm just checking to see if they've given us an update. They did indicate last year, but I think there was some holdups or constraints that meant they didn't get that done. But I can get an update on when that's expected, but they definitely have it on their radar to do and then provide the subsequent maps. So even if we notified it with this version, that can be a consequential change we put through as a variation to correct it, or if it comes through before we take it to council, we can get that amended with fairly easily from the ORC.
I'm very relieved to hear that. I think I'd like a belt and braces approach, and I'd ask you if you'd have any objection if we did move that we request you to formally request the ORC to review the floodplain mapping. Would you have any objection if we did that? Accordingly then, Mr. Chair, I would like to move that the District Plan Review Subcommittee recommends, do we do it on our own behalf, Roger, or do we have to do it through council? Okay, the District Council Review Subcommittee requests officers to in turn request the ORC to revisit its flood plains in identified areas, including the north end of Oamaru. And how would you describe your
Well, it's
location?
the Waihemo catchment.
And the Waihemo catchment. So
There was also, from memory, a member of the public at one of the public workshops, I think around SASMS, that raised a similar issue with regards to flood hazards on what would be map 47, I think, in Napara.
all right, well, I'm happy to add north end of Oamaru, the Waihemo catchment and the Para to the resolution if somebody would second it.
I'll second that. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. Map 38 looks like a GT. I'm a JT. I don't know whether that's close enough. Councillor Hopkins, can you just tell me what map 38 actually is?
That's JT.
Oh, sorry, that would have been my questions around flooding. And yep. 39, councillor Percival.
No, I think I'm cool with that.
All right.
Mr. Chair. Sorry, I'm slightly lost. Perhaps the officers can help. There were maps also to the south of Oamaru, notably the area captured by Cape Warnbrow. And I did want to ask a question about that, and I thought it was a separate map, but I'm looking at 27 and so on. We're down in Kakanui already. So have we missed that one?
They come back up in small
Oh,
maps
yeah,
in the
yeah.
60s.
No, that's fine. All right.
So what are we doing with 26? Have we resolved that?
Yes.
With that resolution?
Yes, 26, 38 and 39. And for now, for some reason, we're back to 29. As we move into the next column.
Yeah, as I
Hmm.
advised you,
Yes,
we
I
had to go backwards.
correct. Yeah, no, that's fine. So map 29 is councillor Percival.
Well, give me a second to get back to it, because we're going forward, then we're going backwards. I mean,
And councillor Hopkins, you're coming up with councillor Percival on map 32.
Okay, thank you.
wait till they drop out. They're not coming up very quick. 29. Jesus. Yeah. Taking a long time to come in. me. Bear with. We don't even want to go, kick it. You did 29 before.
Page 19 on the second documents.
I'm inclined to think actually that as we've only got 5 minutes to go, we should close off and get these passed. And that leaves that outstanding.
This bit,
Yes.
yeah, I think that's a very good idea. Yes.
Councillors, oh, sorry,
Yeah, I know.
you do, councillor
So
Percival.
again, the SNAs which have been covered by early resolutions.
All right. Look, I've just in discussing with the government's advisor, we're 5 minutes out from being finished. I wonder if we actually take the first two lots that have been shifted across to column 1. So that would be maps 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 13, 15, 16, 17, 18, 21, 22, 23, 25, 26, 27, 26, 38 and 39. And we move them and get them signed off.
Happy to do that, but I possibly would, can we leave 26 out until we've heard back from the ORC?
All right.
Is that okay?
Yes, we can put that into the, so until we get an answer.
Okay, so not 26, so Jim, are you moving that?
I'm happy to move from the chair. If someone's prepared to second that, we thank you, councillor Blackler. All those in favour, please say aye. Those against, carried.
Can you just go on that while I just.
And councillor McCain would like his vote against recorded.
Well, I haven't actually recorded anything yet,
Oh.
so. Do you move that? What did you actually move?
The adoption of those maps and the numbers listed.
Yep. Sorry, 1, 2, 3.
5, 7, 13, 15, 16, 17, 18, 21, 22, 23, 25, 38 and 39. And actually if you wanted to, you could put 29 in there, even though it's into the next column, because we had dealt with that.
From a different column.
Best that we close this meeting and have a new meeting for that rather than roll over, isn't it? So it'll be a while.
Right.
before we get in.
Okay.
All right, as the clock ticks 3, thank you very much for those who have enjoyed today's proceedings, both online and in the chamber. Your interest and support is appreciated. To members of the subcommittee, thank you for your diligence. And I will declare the meeting closed. No, closed. And we will reconvene another meeting to deal with the last tranche of maps. Yes, and can I suggest that maybe even councillors could go through, because you've been provided with that list, and maybe we can create an email trail that will start to allow us to act very quickly when we can get a meeting tabled, so that it's as short and effective as possible. Thank you, Roger. Yes.